Good morning, delegates. We will begin with today's session. We will begin with point 3, where we had left off yesterday, which is the review of progress and the implementation of the biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities 2022-2023 of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, of ECLAC. Thus, I would like to first of all invite Javier Mancero from the Statistical Division of ECLAC to deliver an introduction to this point in the agenda. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Can you please show the presentation?
Bueno, espero que hayan podido descansar después de la...
I hope you've been able to rest following yesterday's session, and that you are full of energy, because today's session will be somewhat longer, so I'm not going to tire you as from the beginning, and I will deliver a fairly short presentation. The idea basically is to tell you a little bit about the process of the work program of the conference. This is not the presentation. There's another one. It's another presentation in the same file.
No, es otra presentación.
No, it's a different presentation. This is the next one.
Bueno, esperemos que aparezca la...
Well, we hope the presentation will appear, but in any case, I'll begin. Basically, as you well know, in the biennial that concluded in last November during the last meeting of the conference, we had 11 working groups. And during the conference, the final products generated by those groups were presented. 5 of them were submitted for approval of the conference as regional standards, with the idea that they could be adopted as such by the Statistical Conference. Now, in view of time at that moment, the documents had been distributed complete and had been reviewed by each delegation in their full version, but they had been neither officially edited nor translated. And what we had at that time was a summary of those documents, which is what was left as material for that last meeting. One of the progress that we have made is that those documents have been finalized, and many of you have probably seen that outside on the table with different publications. In fact, yesterday afternoon, one which it was the measurement for use of time was distributed in the room. That is a full version of the documents that had been approved. And out of those documents, what was still pending was the presentation of the results of 2 working groups of the previous biennial, one on on indicators related to disasters, and the other one on international migration. And on this occasion, those 2 documents have already been finalized as well. And so during the agreements of the meeting, you will see that the document on disasters will be submitted for the approval of this executive committee meeting. And this was a document that had already been distributed, and that, of course, received comments from all of you. Let me check. No presentation. I'm basically concluding now. Likewise, the documents generated by the group on migration were 4 documents, and they are also available. In that case, all the documents that are not approved and thus were not edited or translated are available in the knowledge network, in the network for the transmission of knowledge. And so we encourage you to disseminate this among the working groups of your respective offices, the availability of these documents, which in general terms have good practice and methodological guidelines, so that they may be useful in the statistical processes that are underway. Thank you very much, colleagues. That is what I had already mentioned, just so that you recognize them. Those are the 6 documents that emerged from the past meeting of the conference. There you can see 3 and then the other 3.
El documento de los indicadores.
The document on disaster-related indicators is not completely finalized. We're still working on that, and it'll be available in the next few days. And there you find the 4 documents on international migration that are already available as reference material for this meeting. Thus, we completely closed the 2021 biennial. All 11 working groups concluded their work successfully and produced the products that have already been mentioned. In addition to those documents, and basically just to remember, in the case of the other 4 working groups, we also have final documents on census, labor market, environmental statistics, and the measurements of the services sector. Now, what lies ahead for the present biennial? Well, once the groups were approved last November, we're now in a process of monitoring and following up the processes of the documents to submit that to your approval in November 2023 during the meeting of the conference. And now, what is one of the objects, one of the aspects that is still pending and that must be resolved by the executive meeting, the executive committee following this meeting, is the documents that have the status of being submitted for approval in the November conference. Now, based on prior experience, well, you may remember that the submission of these material for the approval and distinguishing these types of material is something new that began in the last biennial. We didn't have that before that, and this 2-year experience has been useful in order to rethink what we feel it needs to be approved as a conference standard versus the rest of the products. Because when one looks at the contents, one realizes that the difference is not very clear in terms of the approved and non-approved documents. In general terms, they have recommendations, they have good practices, and there is no clear distinction between them. And therefore, this is something that we have to review with the executive committee in order to have a much clearer definition in terms of the type of contents and what deserves to fall into this category of approved by the conference, and also in terms of the length of those types of documents. To a certain extent, in the past biennial, we had a positive aspect of the pandemic, and that was the availability of resources that was not used for traveling and that could therefore be invested in editing and translation of all the documents. And that is a situation that we will not have during this biennial or the next one. And therefore, we need to find a way to determine what is submitted for approval and thus undergoes this more formal process with documents, because it involves, of course, a higher implicit monetary cost. And that's all. So I return the floor to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The next point is beginning with the conclusions on the mechanisms for peer review in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we're going to ask the representative of the Calendario, Camilo Méndez, to take the floor. Thank you, Chairman. We see that the presentation is going to be put up. I would like to begin, first of all, by thanking all the organizing team and the members of the working group: Argentina, Belize, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, the Netherlands, and Canada. As you know, right now, Colombia, recently we had a changing of government, and so today I am representing the institution in the country, and we're hoping that in coming months we may have a new head of Statistics Colombia. However, we did not want to let the opportunity go by to highlight Colombia's commitment, as you know, with the SCA. This is still an institutional priority, and despite the changes in the administration, we're still committed to the implementation of the various aims of the working group in our purview, as well as those that we actively take part in. And so now, yes, getting into the presentation. So as you recall, within the framework of the ESCA last November, we set out to establish a methodology that will allow us as a region to have peer review mechanisms in mainstream within the framework of ECLAC, taking as a reference the regional public order, which is the regional code and good practices, and which you recall goes back to 2010. And so then, in order to achieve this, we determined three specific aims to adopt during the biennium. The first of these being the updating of the regional code and good practices, and it goes back 12 years since it was approved. And as the national statistical offices, we have new practices, new challenges that must be presented in the regional code of good practice. And likewise, we have a series of benchmarks at international level, such as the methodologies developed by Paris 21, by Eurostat. And so there is a need to understand which would be these methodologies, how they have progressed, and how we can take ownership of these in our region. And lastly, after this review of benchmarks as well as updating of the regional code, we have a third specific aim, which is the implementation of a pilot test of the methodology proposed in order to check the viability of the tool and the steps to be followed in that process. And so for this, during this time, we have had 6 major milestones. First of all, the members of the working group met to resume the agreements which were determined the schedule of our work and have a presentation of the national experiences. Then the third point, we will see it in the next frame, but we consider in Colombia, and we're expecting that all other countries may take note of this good practice and implementation of a capstone project carried out with the Master of Economy in Public Policies at the University of Rosario, and 3 students do their masters with consultancies for the working group, and this has allowed us to make economies with regards to the time dedicated by staff at the National Statistics Office of Colombia, DANE, in this area. And basically, we have a consulting team that supports them, and this is an opportunity for students to contribute to work with the public sector, which also ensures an additional interest to be included in this world of official statistics. And so, based on that consultancy and that progress, we had an opportunity to make a first proposal to update the regional code of good practice, and which is subject to comments, and that we are now systematizing in the case of Colombia, and subsequently we'll get into a second round of comments by countries, members of the working group, but also bearing in mind the scope of the group for the SCA, and will be submitted for comments by the conference members. And so here we resume what I had said. We believe that this process has been quite fruitful for us as Colombia, and it also allows us to strengthen the dialogue ongoing with the academic world at institutional level, and this is an iterative mechanism used not only for the various working groups, but also for various projects that the university has, and allows us to establish institutional reliability between the National Statistical Office and the academy in the country. And so now getting into the specific progress that we've made in the process, and with regard to the updating of the Regional Code of Good Practice, or RCGP, it is important to highlight that in general terms, the progress can be summed up in that we have added 27 new good practices. 4 were removed and another 4 were modified. That is the essence. It is relevant to highlight the nature of these updates, because these occur because we have new sources of information that are each day more cross-cutting in terms of statistical priorities. We have new priorities as the National Statistical Office, and we must give priority to the inclusion of these population groups, either people with disabilities, migrants, and others. And so then, with regard to the first section, the institutional context, there is a rise in the number of good practices, modifications, systemizations. But to sum up, it is necessary to highlight that one of the things that we use as a contrast and an input for the process is the resulting product regarding the quality of the statistics. And so it is interesting to see how the conference and the working groups progress with this process. And likewise, it is necessary to highlight the progress made in reviewing the section on statistical process. And in addition to highlight a rise in the number of good practices from 21 to 36, we also have the creation of the principle for the use of different sources of information. And here, we should highlight that this update of this section is used not only to reiterate the relevance that this has for us, including administrative records and the use of these for statistics, but also the integration and use of geospatial information for the production of official statistics. And lastly, we have this section on statistical production, which is perhaps the one that has seen the smallest rise in the number of good practices. And here we should highlight that in this section, we've seen how, for example, what was presented yesterday in terms of the census and the statistical production have all been included in the regional code, as well as the inclusion of producing statistical information for groups that have been historically discriminated against or that they are vulnerable. And so with regard to the steps ahead for this period, it is important to highlight that we are now reviewing the second proposal, reviewing the RCGP, and also meetings that will help us to share with each one of the technical groups and teams of the participating countries and others interested in the process, in order to subsequently move ahead with a proposed methodology for the mechanism for peer review based on this update, and that will allow us to once again get into the process of consultation with member countries. And so, thank you very much, and I am attentive for any query. Thank you, Camilo. And we're expecting the new authorities to continue enjoying the active participation by Dani Colombia at this conference. So thank you very much. And personally, please send my greetings to the former Director Oviedo and every success in this new stage. And now we will continue apologizes. I don't know if any of the countries would like to comment on what has just been presented. The floor is open. And online, is there anyone who would like to comment? If not, we will move on to the next item. Are there any comments by those connected online? Very well. In that case, we will continue with the next working group, diagnosis on data stewardship in Latin America and the Caribbean. And here, Mariano Boledo from INDEC, Argentina, and Camila Mendez from Dani Colombia. Mariano? Yes, good morning, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Here is the presentation. I will be speaking of our progress in this group called Diagnosis on the Scope of the Data Stewardship Concept in the Role of Latin America and the Caribbean National Statistical Offices, coordinated by Argentina and Colombia. But first of all, I would like to tell you of the aims of this working group. The overall aim was to move towards a definition or a regional concept of data stewardship in order to not merely adapt a role or a definition taken from other regions, but rather bring it down to the actual features and characteristics of the region. And so the specific aims of the group were to determine the core aspects of the concept of data stewardship and its applicability to the countries of the region, and make a diagnosis on the ways and conditions of the statistical office that access these and good practices regarding the implementation of the data stewardship concept, and then will translate into a recommended plan of action. Now, this is the content of the presentation. First of all, I will tell you about the working process in recent months, and then we will move on to the results of the survey held recently, and then we will launch a topic for discussion, and at the end, next steps of the working group. And regarding the process, we're very pleased with the participation. Several countries that have took part actively. We held a work meeting at the start of the year in February, a regional workshop in April, and a survey devised by Argentina, Colombia, and ECLAC, and that held in the month from July through August, and the results of this we will see later. The survey included the gender perspective, and so we've also analyzed how the concept of data stewardship could be implemented in order to promote the gender approach. As you well know, the concept of data stewardship is relatively new. And whenever we used to hear it at the start, we always understood it sort of in English. And so the aim of the group was to see what would be the interpretation of this in the region and have a definition based on the characteristics of the region and the starting points of each statistical office. And so we did a survey in order to understand what it is that people were perceiving regarding the concept of data stewardship. So let's see this graph. It is understood that data stewardship is far more than data custody, but it has to do with the governance and administration, but administration from a broader concept of governance.
Let's have a look at this graph. If there is a consensus, in other words, more than 60% of countries believe that the role of data stewardship should be in charge of the supervision of data of all stakeholders. And when we talk of all stakeholders, this is an expanded definition of the national statistical system, and we also talk of the national data ecosystem involving universities, NGOs, corporations, chambers of commerce, and so on. And this is where the data stewardship concept acts as an umbrella. When we talk about the elements, well, there were several elements that we asked in this survey. There are four main ones that are relevant concepts are the following: technological infrastructure, regulatory frameworks or laws, common quality standards, and of course, political and or institutional will. What do you believe are the main challenges that national statistical offices face and that could be mitigated through the application of the data stewardship concept? And we asked for several things. These are the main challenges that we identified.
La falta de acceso a fuentes.
The first one, the most important one, is the lack of access to alternative sources of information, administrative records, the lack of schemes for the exchange of data, and safe environments, quality assurance in statistical information production, and the need to consolidate the role of statistical offices as a provider of statistical information. This is something that was created right at the beginning of the definition of data stewardship, in the sense that the statistical office as a service provider and data provider for the whole national data ecosystem. Here we asked the words with which you identify the term data stewardship, and the most significant words were to administer, manage, and act as a custodian of the data, as well as roles related to the quality, safety, and ethical use of information. When we analyze the definition of the Statistical Conference in Europe, well, ours is a little bit more comprehensive and includes the quality and security of information. How do you think the data steward could play an important role in promoting the operationalization of data in an equitable and inclusive manner? And there were several factors here. These are the four most important ones: establishing regulatory frameworks, facilitating the participation of new actors of the data ecosystem, creating agreements, and also strengthening capabilities with regards to the data stewardship concept. What are the challenges, if any, that your National Statistical Office must face when entering into data exchange agreements with different actors in the data ecosystem? This is something that we discussed and that emerged during the first working group meetings. The challenge involves having the will of information producers from the private sector, but this can also happen between different levels of the public sector. And the reasons to explain this phenomena has to do with will, as I said, the lack of the mandatory nature of this, the temporal duration of agreements. Sometimes agreements are not maintained over time unless regulatory framework stipulates that. And we also saw the issue of quality assurance and technological environments in order to conduct these exchanges. In this sense, what measures do you believe could be implemented from a legal viewpoint in order to facilitate data exchange? Normally, the answer has to do with the update of regulatory frameworks that explicitly stipulate that in terms of access to public or private administrative records, and those that have countries that have a regulatory framework aligned with that. The task is to seek understanding, to teach all the stakeholders within the data ecosystem to know what the role of national statistical offices are, and to know how to conduct this exchange. Now, this is one of the objectives of the working group in terms of answering this question. Should the conference agree on a regional concept on data stewardship? The question has a very clear answer. At least we will think that. In comparative terms, as I said, the European Statistical Conference has a recent definition about the role of data stewardship in terms of guaranteeing the compilation, creation, collection, management, use, and the reuse of data. And that must be done in an ethical fashion. And but in accordance with the survey that I have just showed you, we have a few additional concepts that we can add to this definition of European statisticians, and which refers to quality assurance and the security of the information in terms of how we deal with security aspects when it comes to exchanging data. In fact, when we asked this question in the survey, more than 80% of countries coincided in the sense that the conference should provide a definition to the concept of data stewardship agreed between countries. And this is where we're heading. We will continue with the working group meetings over the next few months to hold regional workshops to conclude the final report of the questionnaire and try to arrive at an understanding so that we can have a definition in place that we believe will imply a step forward for the region. And now I'd like to offer the floor to my colleague Camilo from Colombia, who will supplement this presentation. Thank you, Mariano, for the excellent presentation. Perhaps I would just like to refer to a reflection that we mentioned yesterday when we discussed environmental indicators, and that the idea is to understand the effort made by Argentina and other members of that group. And we believe that that will bear significant fruit in the sense that the group has been able to acknowledge that the different participant countries have different starting points, and we also face specific situations, for example. And this is evident given the results of the questionnaire, the usefulness of legal frameworks. So we have in the region countries such as Paraguay that has a statistical law for 2 years' time now. And that leads us to use these new cases in order to better understand, in the light of the situation in these countries, how that concept of data stewardship works. Unlike other countries have different population groups that must be included in official statistics, and therefore we believe that as Argentina, Colombia, and other members, that the effort that is made in the adoption of a regional definition of data stewardship will enable us to have a much more solid positions in global spheres. And we must highlight that just as there is a working group of data stewardship in the region in the Economic Commission for Europe, there is also a working group on data stewardship at a global level, which includes Poland and Colombia. And we know that in that space, we not only see the participation of national statistical offices, but other relevant agents such as development banks, academia, and so on. And that is where, as a community, we must reach those agreements and prevent definitions that are not useful for us, and from which we cannot obtain fruits and have solid recommendations. In the case of Latin America, we also believe that significant progress has been made with regards to the integration of new sources of information that, as you have seen in the questionnaire, are tremendously important. And not only talking about administrative records, which is the dream that we may all have, but we also have the integration of geospatial information. I believe that ECLAC has made important progress along those lines, and we must take a due note of those comparative advantages that we have, so that as a region we can create our own narrative and establish the definitions that enable us to create definitions that can be put into practice and that contribute to better official statistics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we thank the work of the whole group. We believe that this is one of the key aspects in discussions, especially when one looks at statistics and the production of statistics in the future. Now we open up the floor for comments. I don't know if any country wishes to comment on this, either face-to-face or for those that are present virtually as well. You can also ask for the floor.
Ahí tenemos una ciudad.
Floribel, consejo de...
Perdón, pero hasta allá no veo. Floribel.
Floribel, Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to greet you all. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes. I would like to make a general comment about this issue. I feel that by listening to the presentations and the results of the survey, of countries, and also referencing what was mentioned yesterday on the role of national statistical offices. I believe we come back to a key point that we discussed that we discussed at length, and when we talked about the 2030 agenda and the role of national statistical offices around this task. And I feel that the comments and reflections and results of the survey involve elements that we also highlighted on that occasion about the importance of having strengthened legal frameworks enabling national statistical offices to act, to play a leading role. And now we talk of a wider ranging system, which is the national data ecosystem. And I would also like to reflect on that because the group took into consideration that many of these reflections have been done, and we have reached the same conclusions. We not only need a strengthened legal framework that is not sufficient. I believe that this is a very important task that has to be undertaken by national statistical offices. They must play a real leading role, and we need to be very clear on elements or aspects of a practical nature that help us to play that role. What are the tools or practical aspects that will enable national statistical offices to take those steps? And as was adequately mentioned by the presenters, we have a very heterogeneous reality when it comes to national statistical offices. And that makes matters much more complex and difficult. But we, hopefully, during the work of this group, we will obtain practices of how we can truly enable the statistical officers to play that leading role in a situation which is not easy. And obviously, we always face limitations as statistical officers, but we believe that leading role within the national statistical system, or in terms of the creation of official statistics for decision making in our countries, must lie in the hands of statistical offices, and therefore we need events, instruments, guidelines, that type of thing, and so that we can truly implement that. So that is what I wanted to reflect on. And thank you very much for a very clear presentation. I think the results of the questionnaire point to the things that we have been thinking about within our context. I think it's important to have a definition of this concept of data stewardship that is also aligned with that function that we must play as leaders in terms of national statistics. Thank you, Floribel. I don't know if we have other comments. I can't see any. Okay. The last comment is that we should also benefit from the synergies that can be generated through the representation that we have in the global group with Dane from Colombia, so that we can continue to make progress at a world level with this very important issue. Thank you.
Pasamos al siguiente.
Having said this, we will move on to the next point, which has to do with guidelines for mainstream the gender perspective in national statistical system. Good morning and thank you. Yes, Mexico coordinates this group for the guidelines for mainstreaming the gender perspective in national statistical systems. This is a very ample group, and I must say, very active. And that within the technical secretariat has the ECLAC Gender Division, Statistical Office in ECLAC and UN Women, also 13 national statistical offices. She has listed all the different countries. And also, we have participation by 3 mechanisms for the advancement of women: Cuba, Mexico, and Uruguay, and the Ministry of Economy of Argentina. It is an ample, diverse group, and as I was saying, very active. The overall aim is very well outlined, in my opinion, and is to draft a methodological and conceptual tool to guide the inclusion of the gender perspective to the production of official statistics, particularly with regard to certain themes that are considered to be of priority. And then, based on this overall aim, there are 4 specific aims that are grouped based on identifying, reviewing, and systematizing the work done by the countries of the region, and also including more recent advancements by agencies, funds, and UN system programs. The second specific aim is to provide a general conceptual framework on the gender perspective, in addition to including considering such variations of gender perspective. And another particular aim to define the criteria to be considered, recommendations to be followed in order to include the perspective in the various phases of the generic model of the statistical model. And so this is the framework based on which a good deal of the work of the group is organized. And the fourth specific aim is to contribute with recommendations that are useful for the production of statistics, and that countries may adapt to their specificities, their type of national statistical systems, institutional context, and so it is really as defined in the overall aim, a guideline. The activities, the main activities, have had to do with the development of an index with 6 sections clearly defined, and that you can see on the screen, in addition to the monthly meetings with the active participation by all members. And these meetings, there's been a thematic development of the model based on the generic model of the statistical process. And we've already compiled information for 6 of the 8 phases. And, well, the last meeting, carried out on August the 23rd, meant that we've been able to share the information on the last 2 phases of this model for statistical production. Also, a consulting firm was hired for the development of the document and will present a preliminary version by the end of September. All offices and other members of the group have shared good practices and, above all, pointed out the challenges faced by the theme. And what will the document contain? The content of the guidelines. Well, here I can share with you that there will be a mainstreaming and progress of countries in the region, the agencies of the UN, and integrating the gender perspective to statistics, labor, violence against women, and other areas related to gender inequality, particularly regarding to emerging issues and non-traditional ones. And also among the progress, I can point out an overall conceptual framework for the inclusion of the gender perspective to the different phases of statistical production and recommendations to establish these things in the countries of the region. And then continuing with the contributions and progress, as I was saying, since June, we already have a definition of the index, a description of the content of the guidelines, and we continue to hold working meetings with a consulting firm for the different chapters, considering the inputs made by the countries and members. And we're expecting that by the end of September, in this integrated version, it may be possible to have a document to be shared with the members of the group. Now, if we take a look at the biennial program, we can see that we're still on time. We've moved ahead according to the originally to the schedule put forward originally. And I should point out that the work or the overall aim of concluding this document is moving ahead. As you can see on the screen, and we will improve the quality of the thematic coverage of our statistical production with the document that we will deliver, and we will be closing the gaps in the production of statistics with the gender perspective. And so, if the pace of work and participation by the members continues, as it has been so far, we see no difficulty in meeting the aims that we have set out. Having said this, now please take a look at how we're doing time-wise with the biennial program of activities. Nevertheless, and to close, we still face relevant challenges that have come up at the meetings, and one of these is the creation of gender units for specialized functions within the statistical office. At the same time, the reluctance to incorporate a gender perspective and use of inclusive language. And finally, another challenge that still subsists is this additional step that was included in the working group, that is the consideration of gender identity variables. And so these challenges still subsist, but we believe the work, discussions, contributions by countries and all members will allow us to include this discussion in the final document. So thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Graciela. Well, miraculously, we're about 20 minutes ahead of time. So there is plenty of time for comments. Well, yes, thank you, Chairman, and also I thank Graciela for that presentation. In the case of the Dominican Republic, we highlight the work done at INEGI, leading the coordination of this group and also the gender affairs division and statistical division as the technical consultants for this. This is an example of the methodological instruments that we need at the National Statistical Office is in order to move ahead more speedily towards the strengthening of statistical production with the gender perspective in the region. And so I would also like to value the wealth of the consultations carried out with the countries as part of the process to build these guidelines, and for which we need information on the progress made, challenges, and also recommendations made for the mainstreaming of the gender approach at each phase of statistical production. These spaces are valuable not only to share experiences, but also strengthen the need to have a guideline for, with the various levels of progress in other countries. This guideline will certainly convince that will be an essential tool, a benchmark that will respond to the needs and characteristics of the various statistical systems in the countries of the region. Specifically, the Dominican Republic will put another commitment to mainstream the gender approach throughout the national statistical system, not only by having contests but also the accompanying and statistical production specific to these themes. So there's a lot of work being done, and we're eager to see the outcome. Thank you. Thank you, and Argentina is recognized. Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mexico for the coordination of this working group. And well, I would also like to tell colleagues about the situation in Argentina. As you know, we have recently done the survey on time use. In Argentina, we have a law that determines that time use survey must be done every 2 years. And so, from October to December last year, the Office of the Study on Income and Expenditure of Households, together with sectoral statistical offices, have carried out this national survey on time use, and which contains two theme groups. One on households and the other for people aged 14 or over, selected randomly with an adapted classifier. In the publication made in April, and that is already available on the website of the INDEC, in the first preliminary results stemming from the survey, the percentage of people aged 14 and over that carry out different activities in reference together with the rates by sex and cut-off variables such as age group, level of education, and statistical region. The definitive results of this will be published in next month, in September, and also say that we have an integrated social statistic system that is much broader, and for which this is one of its components in order to include the gender perspective in all statistical products. Thank you. Thank you. Cuba has the floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, Cuba forms part of this group, and we would like to congratulate Mexico for the magnificent chairmanship. I would like to say that in our country, we have a national program to promote women, which is supported by a presidential decree, and the Statistical Office plays the role of measuring and creating indicators among its main activities. We find measuring dissemination of results. This working group or this program has made significant progress. We have already selected indicators in order to follow up different areas. And of course, this is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals with the Montevideo Consensus and the monitoring of economic and social plan for 2030. We have also sought alliance with other producers of information, with the participation of state entities, members of civil society, institutions, universities, and research centers. So we have held workshops such as the one on the construction of indicators on governance, citizens' security, and gender equality. And At present, we are producing an IT platform under the principles of data analytics in order to analyze the 77 indicators that will follow up the plan, because in most surveys, in most of the questionnaires, they are well defined in terms of gender, but there are no IT tools capable of interrelating the results of each one of these questionnaires associated to gender. Also, under construction, we have a website where we will find the gender observatory, and where we will have 23 selected indicators representing each one of the areas of action. This is an ongoing work, despite the fact that we have a lot of information on gender in demographic statistics, not so much so in economic statistics, and therefore we believe that we have to continue to expand all the different forms that we use to collect information today, so that they may also be useful in order to monitor the measurement, this important measurement. We thank all countries. And this is a program that will enable Cuba to continue to make progress along these lines. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if there are any other countries that wish to participate virtually. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to mention something that I left out during this morning's introduction, and that is this process that the conference also has in terms of mainstreaming the gender perspective. And I would like to thank Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina for their collaboration together with UN Women and the Gender Affairs Division of ECAC as the advisory group that has collaborated with the working groups in order to incorporate this issue in the work of groups. At the beginning of this year, the advisory group established certain recommendations and shared bibliography. And now we have another stage when we will ask the advisory group to see the progress made by the different groups and adequately incorporate the gender perspective. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. As a result of the role played by the ILO, given the new conceptual framework of the 19th CIAT of the Interzone Conference of Work Statistics, in everything that has to do with non-remunerated work statistics, and we're referring here on work for self-consumption, voluntary work, be it via institutions or direct voluntary work, the non-remunerated training work, and so on. The ILO is offering its technical assistance in these spheres, because the survey for the use of time is a natural supplement to the surveys on work-related aspects, and we're also providing technical assistance for the new survey on use of time of Chile, and we'll also offer our assistance to any country that may require it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we don't have anyone else. Now, one final comment about this issue is that we must also make a big effort with the judiciaries in each country in order to determine how we can have more information to generate statistics on gender violence, because that interaction that we have to generate with the judiciary is very important, and this is not necessarily a power of the state that has the statistical practices that we require, and therefore we must make an effort in order to establish that. We now move on to the next working group's recommendations for quality analysis of household surveys, and the presentation will be delivered by Denise Lopez from INHD. INE. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see the presentation. Thank you. As a coordinating country in charge of the working group recommendations for quality analysis of household surveys, just a minute, we were seeing the presentation and now we no longer see it. Can you see it now? I don't know whether you've stopped sharing the presentation. Could that have happened? Yes, you're quite right. Can you see it now? Hang on. Yes, we can see it now. As I mentioned, Chile, as a country that coordinates the working group recommendations for analyzing the quality of household surveys, well, this group emerged on the need that statistical offices face, and likewise all those that produce household surveys, because there is little references made to the limits of the disaggregation of information and the thresholds and criteria that should exist in this sense. And therefore, this working group emerged, and its objective was to produce recommendations for harmonized analysis of quality figures from household surveys, and also for the measurement of sampling error, using methodologies that are accessible not only to national statistical offices, but also to those that are users of these statistics. For that purpose, we established 4 objectives, specific objectives. And on the one hand, to systematize the current state of publications and dissemination practices, and also to establish a regional standardized procedure adaptable to the specific circumstances of each country, and to analyze estimations. And the last 2 points have to do with examining the particular features of database anonymization processes and their impact on the measurement sampling. Because this could have an impact on the measurement of sampling error. And finally, to define a set of appropriate methodologies for the estimation of sampling error based on these anonymized databases. And therefore, in order to respond to these objectives, we began in March of this year with a group defining and establishing details of the activities that we were going to undertake, so that we could respond to these objectives. And based on that, we established regular meetings. We have established monthly sessions. And during those meetings, we not only establish how we're going to make progress with our document, but we also established within these sessions the possibility of sharing good practices and experiences of each country. In these meetings, we find the participation in some of these sessions. We find the participation of 14 of the 16 member countries, and therefore we feel that we have had a very good participation by countries, despite the fact that this began with less excitement. We must say that we now enjoy a very active participation. We have a specific detail of each one of the activities, and within this context, well, we are aligned with our plans, and we monitor basically each one of these activities. I would like to tell you that within the milestones that we have established, we have a consultation in order to produce a diagnosis with regards to the situation that statistical offices find themselves in. And this consultation was done to all countries in the region. We received a response from 12 countries in the region. And what we sought was to be able to know the practices and the experiences that countries have with regards to the definition or establishment of quality criteria in order to publish their official statistics. And within that context, to establish a criteria that could be joint criteria. We sent out this questionnaire. It was answered in 1 month's time. And what we obtained from there is that and this was no surprise to us, there is no uniform or established criteria at the level of countries in the region. And therefore, we have different names, different criteria that we use. Among them, the various statistical offices mentioned that, for example, for some of them, a common criteria is the use of the variation coefficient. Some countries, on the other hand, use the size of the sample as a measure to analyze the quality of these estimations. And they also use other criteria that are less frequent, such as the size of the effective sample, and the holding of hypotheses, and many other measures. Now, this diagnosis for us represents the first chapter of the final product that we have to deliver. That is our first result. However, we also wanted to share with you that this working group also seeks to create a group where we are able to transmit our knowledge, where we can share our experience. And within that context, and to date, we have held 4 sessions. In these 4 sessions, we have presented the ECLAC standard, quality standard, which is the INE Chile standard. We have also presented other technical elements associated to this aspect by the ECLAC team, especially by Andres Gutierrez, and we also held a workshop linked to the quality package generated by INE Chile for the implementation of its quality standard, which will soon be available. And so within that context, we have already held these 4 sessions that have been quite successful, because that will also enable us, or will also mean that starting with the implementation of this package and with the experience of the quality standard that ECLAC and INE Chile we will be able to become aware of a diagnosis of the behavior of the estimations of each country, what each statistical office is publishing, for example, whether they adhere to the standard, and thus each country could assess the elements, the differentiating elements of the technical specifications, and that could make these thresholds different. Now, continuing with the plan, we also committed and sent a commented index. There we already find 70% of the document, and it's worthwhile mentioning that we have conducted a very fruitful work with countries, because we have divided the document into chapters, and these chapters and sections enable us to allocate responsibility to different participants and countries, and therefore we would like to thank you all for the willingness you have had in order to produce this. And now, among the contents established for this document, as I mentioned beforehand, we have the diagnosis and the practices of each country when it comes to establishing these quality criteria. And a second chapter is where we generated and provided a conceptual framework where we provide the terms and concepts that will assure quality. We're talking of probabilistic samples, and so this is associated to the accuracy of estimations. And within this conceptual framework, we have elements that constitute the design of a sample, and also estimators, and the estimators associated to sampling error.
And the third chapter, what we want to address, is a chapter with techniques for changing what we had originally established, because this was focused on cases when we had difficulties in applying the estimation of a traditional method for estimating variance, and the difficulty of not having certain variables or elements that make this possible. And in that context, we realized, as the working group has evolved, that this type of technique is not only appropriate for those cases, but also for linear and nonlinear estimators, making the process much easier or feasible. And so therefore, we right now, the emphasis is that it's no longer anonymized, but also have the estimators to facilitate this. For example, estimating the variance for the medians, which is very relevant to estimate median income in family budget surveys. And also, lastly, the purpose of the document is such, having a definition of quality criteria, which are the dimensions and the spheres, to assess quality and then formulate a harmonized quality standard. And what we want is for each country to adopt or adapt it to their own reality. So how are we expecting to contribute with this and that we can make this visible in the region and have certain metrics to assess the quality of our estimates, and that this may be replicated by each country of the region. The idea, as I was saying, we change the aim not only anonymous, but also the replication and for sampling errors. Another very important thing is to allow the survey analysis is appropriate to have empirical grounds consistent for measuring the gap, for example, between men and women, contributing to gender equality public policy. And this is relevant because one of the needs is to have information that is reliable. And in that context, the breakdown that we can do of the results is sometimes affected. And so it is important to have clear criteria because that will back us in terms of the information that we are publishing and using. And so, final comments. We would like to encourage countries to continue participating actively in the working group, not only thinking of the final output, but also as a group, and where we are seeking is to share our experiences. We have planned 3 meetings, and INDEC will give a presentation, a workshop. IDG will also share their experience, and INE Uruguay will present their experience with their survey. And finally, we would like to thank the ECLAC Statistical Division because they have continuously accompanied us as coordinators and within the working group, and we would like to mention it here. That is it from us. We are attentive to your comments. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Denise Lopez from INE Chile. We're opening for comments. If any country has comments, to Peru. Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to congratulate the INE of Chile for leading this working group. More than a question, I would like to comment on the Peruvian experience in 2 specific aspects. As you all know, social policy after COVID has been distributing social aid and bonuses. But when we ended the household survey in 21 and saw those who had received bonuses, and when we expanded the results, this does not coincide what the government had paid out with what the households had informed. So many households did not say the truth. And so we had to correct. We told the ministry involved to give us with their names everyone who had in fact received a bonus that were cashed, and we had to modify some of the results of our household surveys. But there was also another difficulty because the governments have not only given out bonuses in cash, but food as well, and also other items in kind. And in Peru, there are a lot of mothers' clubs and diners and that organize food for the people that are poorer. And that too was very difficult to quantify. And so we mapped out where all these people's diners were located and that gave out food. And we increased the sample of our household surveys to those living around these places of social aid. And the outcome was very different, without a doubt. That was necessary because the data that had been collected the results of the surveys did not actually coincide with the government's records. Well, those are the two things that I wanted to share regarding our experience in Peru. Thank you very much, Peru. Argentina?
Ahí. ¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes a todos.
Good
Gracias, Denise.
afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Denise, for that detailed presentation of the group's work. What I wanted to comment on was that Argentina has been working with the replicated weights model since 2016, and we have a software for the users and is available for the replicates and the various household surveys carried out, with the exception of the permanent household survey, which is where we are aiming now. And in November this year, within the framework of this working group, we will be holding a workshop on replicated weight. And I, as the Director of Statistics and Life Conditions and responsible for household surveys, I am very happy with this initiative and carried out by the INDEC. And well, basically that users of the information, academics, are very grateful for the tool that we're providing and making available to them. Thank you. Thank you. Any other country? Anyone online? XXI? Thank you, Andres Gutierrez, Regional Director for Statistics and XXI. I would like to highlight the efforts made by INE Chile for having created this package. This is a library that can be used by all countries, and I'm sure there will be a great aid for the dissemination and publication of social statistics. And also, so the Volunteer Service of the Statistical Division under our director, Rolando Campo and Javier, and in supporting you, the countries, in everything related to the design analysis of surveys and disaggregation of data using estimation techniques. Thank you. One comment that has to do with what we were saying at the opening, the IT side. I believe that MR programming is a very powerful tool for presentation, but does require the collaboration by the rest of the community in order to make the tool stronger. So it's a very good effort and work done so far, because this helps the entire community. So having said this, I think there are no further requests for the floor, so we can now proceed with a short break, and we're very much on time. Thank you. We'll see you back here at 11:20. Thank you.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations. Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo. Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations. Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas.
La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que se han conducido cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y nacionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que obtienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLA in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones periodísticas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, Pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Bueno, si nos vamos sentando, así no perdemos nuestro gran cumplimiento del horario y podemos empezar en un minuto, así cumplimos 11:20.
Let's see, we will try to begin at 20 past 11.
Bueno, perfecto. El próximo grupo.
Okay, the next working group is assessment tools for the quality of administrative records, and this will be delivered by Camilo Mendes from Dane, Colombia.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Y mientras
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to congratulate you for keeping this seminar on time. So I would like to say that to benefit from house administrative records, that's one of the major challenges that we have in our region, considering that this generates a whole series of economies compared to the traditional ways in which information is collected. However, I believe it's also important to acknowledge that the statistical use of administrative records implies a whole series of challenges in terms of its quality, in terms of coverage, and also in terms of discrepancies between different administrative records. And therefore, it's important for national statistical offices to have tools enabling us to assess the quality of administrative records, focusing on the source and on the use perspective. Thus, the main objective that we have in this working group, that we have as members Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, Guatemala, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, Uruguay, and Canada, is to make recommendations about the use of administrative records to benefit for the production of official statistics. And we want to emphasize the management of quality and its confidentiality, and thus the group established 4 specific objectives: the identification of present quality management processes for administrative records in Latin American and Caribbean countries, the structure of quality evaluation tool for administrative records based on a systematization of results, the identification of good practices at a regional level, and finally, the dissemination of results of the process to apply the tool that is going to be designed. So far, the working group has met on 2 occasions. On the first one, Colombia delivered a presentation of the tool that it has developed in order to assess the quality of administrative records, como de un glosario inicial, and also an initial glossary of terms to be used during this process. Secondly, we also have the possibility of listening to the specific experiences of Peru, Mexico, Bolivia, Uruguay, and Colombia in order to understand the way in which they deal with quality assurance of administrative records in each one of their countries. In consequence, and based on these 2 initial exchanges, we were able to establish a first version of collection instruments. And what is very important in this case is for there to be a consensus among countries, and so that we all talk the same language. And therefore, based on experiences and on the documentation sent by working group members, we have consolidated an initial glossary, which involves at present 20 concepts that we need to standardize so that we will always speak about the same thing. And this is linked to the fact that on many occasions we, well, despite the fact that most members speak Spanish, yet we all speak somewhat differently. And so it's important for all of us to know exactly what we're referring to when we talk of an administrative record, an administrative object, and what we understand as coverage and the scope of the national statistical systems in our own countries. Thus, we advance towards structuring a data collection and information tool comprised of 2 sections, and that involves 29 questions. The first section, what it seeks is to understand and deal with the way in which administrative records are used and managed within national statistical offices, both from the administrative viewpoint and also in terms of the evaluation of the quality of the records that they receive. And a second part of the data collection system is we want to understand how the NSO relates to the different providers. And this could be quite a lengthy process on the part of teams, and which implies delays in the provision of information, and therefore it's important to understand this. I would also benefit from the fact that we're accompanied from Jose Antonio from the Inter-American Bank, with whom we have been working on the issue of administrative records with the bank and with Korea. And as Colombia, we are more than willing to share the results of this cooperation with the rest of the countries in the region. And now, with regards next steps for 2022, we have as a first point the consolidation of the final version of the glossary and of the data collection tool, so that subsequently this tool can be managed by the members of the working group and finally lead to the systematization of results and the drafting of a proposed tool for assessment. I would like to acknowledge the important work and contribution made by the different members and the essential accompaniment by the ECLAC. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dane Colombia. Now we open up the floor for comments, if there are any. Do we have anyone virtually or not? Okay, we'll move on to the ILO then. Well, I apologize for making use of the floor once again, and I would just like to call attention to the work in order to undertake a cooperative work between surveys and administrative records. And here, ECLEC, I believe, can play a stronger role than ourselves, and that is related to the support for institutional strengthening. And I call upon the IDB as well, the institutional strengthening of statistical offices, because often, rather than a delay in information, this has to do with the role played by NSOs within the system. If they are not sufficient, if we don't sufficiently strengthen this, other state entities are not compelled to share administrative records, and therefore I believe that both things are closely interlinked. Thank you. Indeed, that happens. And there is a wide-ranging discussion about fiscal secrets, trade secrets, banking secrets, and so on. This is a very interesting issue indeed. Okay, if we don't have any other comments, we will move on to the next group, which is recommendations for... No, I'm sorry. Carol Coy has raised her hand.
Okay,
Jamaica.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Are you hearing me?
Yes, perfect. Sorry, I didn't speak.
Yes, I just wanted to support the point regarding administrative records. In countries like the Caribbean, which are small, surveys are becoming more expensive. Response burden is getting larger. And so administrative records are what we will have to fall back on. And I support the need for strengthening, because the issue is administrative records are not made for statistics, but it's to help smaller countries to work with the other government agencies. How do you use this information? So I really support the need for assistance to smaller countries to develop the use of administrative records. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks you, Carol. Very important. Ahora sí.
And now, yes. We have no further comments. We will move on to the next group. Recommendations for the integration of administrative records related to children. And Aileen Flores from the INE Chile. Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, and also the Executive Committee for giving me the floor. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the members of our working group and also our technical secretariat in the hands of UNICEF.
Muchas disculpen. Acerca de la
Regarding the activities of the group, the first activity that we were carrying out was the socialization of a group work plan, defining the work plan, what was going to be done, and the interest of the group. And according to this, we created a questionnaire for diagnosis, and also we would like to thank the support received from Statistics Canada and the Ministry for Social Development in Canada that gave us the input to be able to devise the diagnosis questionnaire. And it focuses on deepening and diagnosing, or what is the deepening of these in the various countries of the region regarding administrative records and how it could be integrated, thinking that, as we all know, the use of administrative records for statistics has been a line of work that will grow over time and has already gone back 7 years, and several countries are also adopting this one way or another. We sent the questionnaire to the various countries of the region several months ago already. We have 12 out of 24 answers, and we'd like to invite those countries that have not yet sent their response to the questionnaire that they're still in time to do it. And we also are following up with semi-structured interviews to elaborate on the responses to the questionnaire, and we're working there with a consultant who is being financed by UNICEF. And at the same time, our consultant is also reviewing the desk reviews and consultations with experts, because the idea is to have a SWOT analysis of strengths and opportunities and others to know how the region is moving ahead with this logic and integration of administrative records. Then, let me tell you about the aim of the group is to improve the quality and use of the records for monitoring SDGs, and all of this is for having better public services. And without working with group, we like to have a diagnosis of the state of maturity for data linking. And we know that in the region, there are different countries that have different degrees of maturity, some more expertise than others, and have been working on this for a few more years, and others are just starting out. So this will lead us to a typology of the systems found in the region. And then lastly, we would like to have strategies and recommendations for each type of system in order to guide along the path that the work could carry in future. So some preliminary observations of the first things that we have found would be 49 questionnaire with several sections talking about the legality of the different countries, governance strategies being used, and the IT infrastructure used for this. And so the countries that answered in general all show that they are open to promoting even more the linking data and developing capacities in different areas. And although it is still too soon to have a diagnosis as such, the first observation suggests there are 3 types of systems. Preliminary. Some countries that are just starting out and developing strategies, mapping interests and feasibilities, and still do not have any or limited experimentation with data linking. Other countries are enabling, which means implementing missing systemic or fundamental elements, and they're beginning to engage data providers on issues of interest. These providers or institutions that collect administrative records are an essential part in order to make this link and the statistical use as such. In other countries, they are really implementing. They're already working with partners on concrete deliverables, making continuous improvements and addressing remaining issues. Then regarding the gender approach, the questionnaire was in general terms there enabling us to ask different questions on the systems, but we are foreseeing including the gender approach in the final diagnosis report and all conversations and socialization of the workshop that we have received. And speaking of that, the diagnosis report should be available in May 2023. And during the third quarter 2023, we're hoping to have a socialization of results workshop. And of course, the comments are all welcome to know what if you think this is the right approach, if you consider that we're really promoting the quality of administrative records and using them, and any further comment, we will be very grateful for them. Thank you. Thank you, Eileen Flores of Chile. And now we'll open up for comments. I see no one here. I don't know if online. Is UNICEF? No, he corrects himself. Do we have any country online who would like to take the floor? Spain. Antonio.
Sí, no sé si me escuchan.
Can you hear me?
Sí, sí, escucho
Yes,
perfecto.
we can hear you perfectly.
Muchísimas
Very
gracias.
well, thank you very much. For my part, the first thing is I'd like to congratulate you for that presentation. And I would like to share a brief thought. Integrating administrative records for statistical production, as we all know, is very relevant to all NSOs. And what I wanted was to comment and highlight that precisely this is a very good example of the capacity of NSOs to manage data. I consider that the ties are clear between this use of administrative records and the data stewardship mentioned earlier, because this is a very clear example of D2G4S. For is very important to us. D2G4S is very relevant to us. And that was the thought that I wanted to share. I think it is an excellent example. And once again, I thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Any other country? Online, UNICEF. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Very quickly, to not take too much time, but highlighting the results mentioned by the what are the technical people are seeing, it is easy. What we are seeing now, that there are more countries taking part, that in many countries the law of the NSOs, there is data stewardship supportive, but they don't really share the information. And this is something that we must do in relation to what was mentioned by Spain and also the ILO. How can we position the NSOs at the heart of all of this? And taking because the discussion is not so that much technical, but political. And maybe we can invite others to how they've managed to politically place themselves at the heart of things and gain the confidence of these other entities. They're often more powerful than the NSOs. And that is a matter for food for thought. So the issue here is not that much technical, but really legal and technical. Well, thank you. I think that we all agree and that we must be at the core of things. Yes. Anyone else? Seems not. Very well. In that case, we're moving on to the next panel and tools for the production of disaster-related indicators. Peter Abad from the INEI of Peru.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Very well, thank you. I will be speaking about the working group, tools for the production of disaster-related indicators. And this is a working group that has been working for the last 2 biennials. We have here as a background that in the last biennium, 2018-2019, we had an output, the theoretical framework, where we had the terms and concepts used to measure the indicators of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. This is a document that was handed in at the end of 2019. And then in the next biennium, 2020-2021, we have another product mentioned by Javier on recommendations, institutional and methodological recommendations for the measurement of indicators for disaster-related SDGs and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. This document is also very relevant, and here I wanted to thank all countries, members of the group, who collaborated and worked very hard with this document. and that happily, as we know, it is right now being diagrammed. And now we're going to present the next product, tools for the production of disaster risk-related indicators. And here, before presenting the aims of the group, the aims of the group are to promote the methodological and institutional recommendations for estimation of the indicators and also strengthen the reporting processes on the implementation of the Sendai framework, understanding clearly the role of NSOs. We will be offering a regional web space with tools and reference materials, and above all, increase the technical and methodological capabilities so as to have a desegregated data. We are going to increase the integration and coordination among a national statistical system, very relevant, and national system for disaster risk data. We have already created several sub-working groups, and first of all, I'd like to say that the coordinating countries of the working group formed by the National Statistics Offices of Paraguay and the INE in Peru, and also in the Technical Secretariat, we have INBR and the Division of Environmental Statistics of ECLAC, and the countries that right now are members of the group, in addition to Paraguay and Peru, INE of Bolivia, INE of Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, Mexico, and Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. Also, they have joined in this biennium, these last three, Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and also Cuba. They have joined the working group and have already created subgroups for implementing the work plan. And we have also progressed during this time of our web section, a repository of India tools and reference tools and materials. And also we have a schedule of events for this year and next. Now, what is the work process as such? We have tools for the production of disaster risk-related indicators encompassing requirements for the quality of data. We're speaking of the tools, the successful experiences in countries, good practices, and information. The diagnosis and analysis of data quality for the construction of indicators. These are tools that show progress, the status of the data, and information. We, in the previous millennium, built a matrix. This is a matrix of institutional and methodological recommendations that we're going to implement this millennium. And this matrix will be available online, and national users will interact in order to supplement all the information, data, and tools. And here we'd like to mention something that's quite particular. We're speaking not only of the national statistical offices, we are speaking here of those entities that do disaster risk management in each country, and that will have available the interactive matrix in our website. And so we know that the coordination necessarily with these entities is not always the best with the NSOs. We could say yes, that these disaster risk management entities have been meeting in each country, and probably the National Statistics Office is yet another member. But here what we want is for these entities, disaster risk management entities, may get the good practices available in the national statistical offices and having information of good quality from each of these administrative records. And this will, of course, lead to the integration with other working groups and these SCA regarding administrative records. Here we can see an example of the web platform that is already underway. It is a platform where we are going to have all the material that have been finished and completed this year, webinars, technical working groups, and all the standardization of concepts and terms applied to disaster risk. Also, the work process. It is the contribution to global efforts in disaster risk statistics. Also, we have in consideration the interagency and expert group, the participation of the working group in world statistical expert fora, and also we have already participated in these regional platforms where all the entities related to the disaster risk management we have space for this working group to intervene in this regional platform. Also, the strengthening to the role of monitoring and Sendai framework, strengthening the monitoring and reporting on the Sendai framework. It's something very important for each one of the countries, and optimizing and strengthening the role of the national statistical offices. That, as I said before, the mission is to support or contribute in improving the quality of administrative records and the best practices, optimization of resources, and efforts to improve data quality. We are speaking about the progress of data and instruments used, and also give some guidance on some links of the regional and global interest, and also the sustainability of groups' work. That is showcase the sustained work of this group that has been in operation for several years. Something very important is the gender approach, gender perspective. In some countries, there are disaggregated data by gender, and thus the impact on disasters, or measuring the impact of disasters. I mean, the report is still incipient insofar as data or administrative records under sex, age, and disability differentiated data and measuring the impact of disasters. However, we'll have 6 guiding principles: intersectional, the recognition, participation, autonomy, regulatory integration with a gender perspective, progressiveness. And so that was it. Thank you very much, and we expect your feedback. Thank you. From Peru. Now, comments from countries. I see no one. I don't know if virtual, online. No? No, I think UNICEF was of the last time. No. All right, so now then we will thank you very much for the presentation. We will move to the next working group, is diagnosis on statistics of labor relations and labor informality. This will be presented by INE Chile, David Culcar. Hello, everyone. No, we are not seeing your presentation. There, yes.
¿Y me ven a mí o no? ¿O todavía no me
Ahí
ven?
ya vemos la presentación sin
We
problemas.
see the presentation. We see you as well. Yes, yes. We are fine. Thank you. I will begin with the presentation. Firstly is to recall the objectives of the project. It is to advance in statistical harmonization for the measurement of statistics of work and labor informality, incorporating the best practices of the countries of the region in order to identify progress and challenges in this area, in addition to gender gaps. So in this challenge, as part of the technical secretariat, we have the statistical area of RECLAC and ILO, where the technical secretariat is headed by Marcela Cabezas and has been with us in several periods of operation of the group. And also the coordination of the group is between USC from Mexico and Dina from Chile. What are the specific objectives of the group? Is to promote a conceptual methodological approach, identify practices of labor informality, identify information on the project, contribute to gender equality by identifying the impact of the statistical standard on work relationships and labor informality in the analysis of gaps between men and women in the labor market, and prepare a methodological document on progress, challenges, and best practice. The program of work contemplates several components. Those marked in gray or darker are those where we have made progress already. Firstly, I can tell you that we've done already a regional consultation focused on the identification and diagnosis on labor informality statistical compilation. And we've done 2 virtual workshops. We've held them, sharing with the countries of the region the progress of the ILO expert group discussing a new resolution on statistics of labor informality. And at this moment, we are conducting a second query on the statistics of work place. I will tell you about the dates for each country to answer these questions. The integration of the working group has 14 participating countries: Argentina, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. As I was saying, we've held 2 virtual regional workshops on the progress of the international group of experts on informality statistics for discussing progress of the countries in the region. Also, we've had a thematic workshop in order to discuss and share the experience of countries in measurement of work obtained through digital labor platforms. Each one of these workshops is already published in the website of the Knowledge Transfer Network with its corresponding videos. So the countries and technicians of different countries, that now we invite you to access our website. And as I was saying, we have designed 2 regional consultations. The first one was completed, and now we are doing the second one. The first consultation was compiled between 11 to 29 of July. Responses were received from the 14 countries of the group, and the processing and analysis will be done by INEGI Mexico. The second consultation will be from August 22 to September 9, and the processing and analysis will be implemented by INEGI Chile. Results will be presented in a virtual workshop to be held in the last quarter of this year. Also, a script, annotated script of diagnosis document on statistics of work relationships and labor informality
Latin America has been produced and will be concluding. What are the expected outcomes? Is to systematize the progress of the countries of the region in adopting and adapting the latest ILO recommendations concerning statistics of work relationships. Let us recall that this resolution was adopted in 2018. So this resolution number 1 of the 20th EICL is very recent, and countries are in the process of adoption and adaptation. And we are about to have the next conference, 21st step next year, to keep national statistical offices up to date on the discussions of the ILO expert group on the revision of standards for measuring labor informality. It's very important, regardless of being only a few countries the participants in the world group of experts. It's important that all countries of the region be aware of all the progress and implications of the new resolution on labor informality statistics that will be approved next year in the conference. Strengthen and maintain the region as a leadership partner of the ILO in the modernization statistics of labor informality. This has been, I think, pioneer and technical and conceptual discussions at the adoption and adaptation of new recommendations. The idea is that we at regional level also be pioneers in that process. Develop and strengthen the pool of knowledge and experiences among the countries of the region. It's important that we have horizontal cooperation to share best practices so adoption processes be as fast as possible. I would like to highlight some challenges. The recommendations or the implementation of the latest international recommendations are based on definitions and criteria adopted in the resolution concerning statistics of work, employment, and labor. And therefore, the gap harmonization and adoption of recent recommendations, well, it's a big task. Possibly, some countries will have gaps in statistical series, and it's important to evaluate the possible methodologies for bridging those data. That is different. It's another point for reflection. How to communicate to users the new indicators of categories of analysis. For example, the concept of dependent contraction. It's a new concept. It has to be adopted of dependent contractors. It has to be identified. There is a challenge. What we have observed on how this is communicated to the different users. Promoting disaggregation of statistics by sex and the calculation of the gender indicator. That is something to be fostered. And finally, the adoption of the new recommendations on work relationships and informality goes beyond the statistical measurement, and it's directly related to the different countries in terms of coverage and access to social security. It is a key variable for identifying the situation of the population and for statistics of labor informality. If there is a challenge for statistic experts of the region to knowing in depth the legislation and the national context for the adoption of these recommendations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Any comments from the countries?
No veo a nadie.
I see no one. I can't see anyone at Zoom either. There's a question, apparently. I wonder whether Miguel Corleto is as a panelist. Can we add him as a panelist so that he may ask the question he asked through the chat? The question reads, has the working group considered the use of digital cartography in housing for the development of information systems for disaster risk? That's the question being asked by Miguel Corleto.
Lo habilitamos como panelista, pero...
We will enable him as a panelist, or we did, but apparently that was for the prior group. ILO has a question. More than a question. It is. The coming year, we have Office of the Labor Statisticians to stand every 5 years. That's where the new regulations come for the measurement of all the measurement standards of labor statistics in the world. The one next year refers about the update of the measurement of the informality standards. Of course, we have to emphasize the importance that it has for the region after pandemic. I wanted to start by congratulating the coordination of Chile for the group. Just as David said during the pandemic, it was very relevant to see that those countries who had applied the latest standards could better follow what was happening in the labor markets. So it is urgent for the countries to get an update on that, and Chile's leadership has been instrumental to start closing gaps. The challenges that we have for the coming conference is greater. As David says, there is a worldwide group working on the resolution that will be approved next year. The participation of 8 Latin American countries, which are Chile, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Dominican Republic. I would dare say that this is the most active region in that world group. There's lots of informality in the region, but there's other regions that are even worse. No doubt the region with the greatest experience in measurement is this region. We just held a very important meeting in Colombia, summoned by ILO and DANE, precisely to go over the draft resolution to be seen next year with the participation of 15 Latin American countries. It was an extraordinary meeting, I would say, very fruitful. The challenges are significant for the measurement of informality, just as David said, because we have to incorporate, given that the disaster, which was the introduction of the new concept framework for the labor indicators, we must also add the resolution of the 20th, which was 2018, with this new category of dependent contractor. Both phenomena affect the new standards for the measurement of informality. So countries have to do an update work, which is significant. We obviously are accompanying the work of close to 14 countries simultaneously in Latin America, and we are open and available to support the work that you need to do. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. We have no additional comments. So, oh, there is one? Oh, no. Okay. We will go to the next group. Recommendations for the measurement of perceptions in the household surveys by Eduardo de la Torre from Mexico. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Gracias. La siguiente, por favor. La siguiente. Eso. Sí, la presentación se estructura en 7 puntos.
The presentation is structured in 7 points, giving the background for the working groups, the countries that form part of it, what are the main activities to date, and those that are contemplated in the 2023 working group, what is the participation of the members of the group, and why this is important. The content of the document that is expected as deliverable is stated, and what are the contributions to the region. And finally, a crucial aspect, which are the actions that are conducted in mainstreaming to incorporate gender perspective and recommendations. And the background. There is a growing agreement at an international level as well as regional level of the need to measure the well-being from the experience of the subjective experience of the populations which are object of public policies. That's how it was expressed in the last meeting of the executive meeting. We have recommendations from OECD, but also we have the recent experience of the debate and the discussions yesterday in the seminar on measurements of development beyond GDP, and this is very related to that. Remembering the general objectives of the group contribute to this capacity building of national statistics systems for the measurement of well-being on the basis of subjective information, specifically to characterize and analyze the international experiences and regional experiences in the measurement of perceptions, and that they be relevant for the region. Also identify the relevant topics for the countries of the region in the measurement of perceptions, and that this may be leading to questionnaires. We have 8 countries represented through the National Statistics Office. We have in Bolivia, IBT from Brazil, Ghana from Colombia, ONE, Cuba, and Nicaragua, INE, Peru, Uruguay, and Mexico as coordinator directly through our colleagues, Gerardo Leiva and Adriana Perez Amador from the Research, Integration, and Analysis area of INEGI. And as Secretary is Pablo Villatoro and Javier Mancero from ECLA. Among the activities, well, they go to the elaboration of a single deliverable, which in this case is a document on the recommendations for the measurement of perceptions in the household surveys.
Ahí está. En este sentido, la Secretaría Técnica de
So the Technical Secretariat of ECLA jointly with INEGI developed the terms of reference and the document that I mentioned. Within the working plan so far, we have the formulation of feedback and recommendations. We did a review of international experiences and the measurement of well-being through subjective questionnaires. And we did an experiment with Mexico in IT programs following international guidelines and best practices in particular for example, the other, which is the self-reported well-being. And this was done by the members of the working group in March 31st this year, mentioning methodological characteristics of the programs as well as questions and indicators drawn from them. Based on that, consulted, and the question is still open, we consulted the countries about the themes of greatest relevance for the design of public policies. And once these are defined and classified by the countries according to their priority that they represent for each, it will be possible to advance in the design of model questions. So we will advance in our working group. And after the citizens' consultation, we will make this more systematic and make a diagnosis for the design of model questions. So for 2023, we have considered testing out the model questions for the analysis, and this can be done in the countries according to the availability of resources. And from this, we will be reinforcing the design of the questionnaires for the basic as well as the expanded questionnaires so that they may become an important, crucial, and central part of the recommendations document whose final version will be drafted and presented by the last quarter of 2023. And the participation of the members Here we want to highlight those who have actively participated, but we are aware that these topics are relatively new and have very special characteristics because of political implications as for the implementation of policies. So with the individual experiences of each country, we also expect to attain a feeling of belonging and appropriation, considering the pertinence and the usefulness of these exercises for each country. So the broadest participation is important to have a regional perspective about the topic that apart from a particular experience for each country, that it may be comparable for the region. So in the consultations, we count with a contribution of these three countries, Bolivia, Brazil, and Cuba, and with the contribution as well of the advisory group for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective, complying with its mandate. It's been socialized even in the working groups. And we request the contribution of each country, considering the experience they have on what's being done, and what are the batteries of questions, as well as what are the topics and the levels of disaggregation that they need and which may contribute for the results, apart from defining the order of priority of the different topics. The contents of the document, or the final document, tentatively has been sent to, or this proposal has been sent to the technical secretariat, the index with comments, including background, general criteria for incorporating perception-based indicators into statistical systems, international experiences, gender and other cross-cutting approaches such as inequalities, the identification and justification of the relevant thematic areas, the conceptual and methodological framework, and the system of perception indicators that would be the result of set measurements. Finally, the attachment that would include the battery of questions of both the basic as well as the extended module. As to the questions to the members of the working group, we have seen the following topics so far for the design of perceptions that are relevant for the design of public policy. So in principle, the topics that could be included would be subjective well-being, which consists in satisfaction, mood, balance, the strength of the mood, institutional and interpersonal confidence, issues of health, disability, mental and physical health, social issues, support networks, social connections, and civic commitment, issues related to discrimination, use of time, economy of care, conciliation of work and family, citizen safety, economic situation, subjective poverty, work and quality of employment, education, and quality, skills and competencies, social stratification and mobility, environment, climate, natural resources and waste, the use of ICT, social media, and housing. In accordance to the objectives, the main contributions to the region, we aim to strengthen the capacities of the national statistics systems for the measurement of well-being on the basis of subjective information, and the formulation and counting with model questions for the measurement of these perceptions to have standard questionnaires and also specifically adapted for the region that may facilitate conceptual standardization and international compliance.
With regards to the gender perspective, the indicators would bring together a wide array of thematic areas which include the gender, included in the gender perspective and for the design of public policies. And would also, this would be shown in the disaggregation and in the specificity, the heterogeneous reality of men and women. And the objective will be to support the promotion of equality. And we thank you for the contributions and the participation of the working group in for the gender working group in this sphere. Thank you very much, and I'm open to your comments. And I don't know whether the Secretariat would like to make an additional comment. Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. We open up the floor for comments. Countries? No, no countries. Yes, Chair. And just to reinforce something that was mentioned by the Mexican delegation. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for the support and your management and coordination of this working group. This issue of perceptions, you may remember, is something that had emerged in prior events. During the executive committee meeting in April 2021, we held a seminar on development during a transition that Camilo mentioned, from Colombia mentioned yesterday, because this is a similar or a parallel agenda to the Beyond GDP agenda. And one of the issues where we identified we still needed statistics and official statistics because we have some data available, but that does not form part of the official statistical systems, is what is related to perceptions in general. And that is why we created this working group, in order to promote that production and to have certain guidelines if we want to measure this. How is it we can go about doing this? What are the experiences that exist in countries in terms of what works and what doesn't work and so on? In the understanding that the issue of perceptions comprises many, many diverse issues. And therefore, that is why I wanted to reiterate the importance of having as the largest amount of participation on the part of NSOs and other entities in the region. Sometimes there are ministries or other entities that collect this information, even if they are not statistical offices as such. And this participation is important, first of all, in order to define the most relevant issues within this sphere of perception. We're talking above all of confidence in institutions, subjective well-being, or various other issues. Because anything that can emerge from the group will be enriched to the extent that it has a wider ranging perspective and not limited perhaps to those countries that have a longer history in these aspects. And so we welcome participation, even if you don't have a long history of surveys about this. The idea is indeed to say, well, let's see all of us together what can be done and what can benefit the largest number of countries in the region. Thank you. Excellent, Javier. Thank you very much. Now we will move on. Oh no, somebody has raised his hand. I would like to highlight the excellent work undertaken by Mexico, and also acknowledge that INEGI has become an international reference in these matters. And I would like to say that together with Mexico, with whom we participated in an exercise organized jointly by the OECD with regards to the confidence survey. This confidence survey was conducted with an advisory group comprised of academics and the NSOs from different countries. But one of the interesting aspects is that Mexico was one of the two countries that conducted this confidence survey. They conducted this themselves and not through sampling or telephone calls. And therefore, the experience that Mexico has revalidates them as a leader in these matters and within the logic of this transition, and the confidence of citizens on these surveys will enable us to have very solid information for the design of public policies, and likewise to relate a recent effort undertaken within the framework of the OECD with regards to the measurement of mental health. And that it is very important to include mental health not only in negative terms, but as mentioned beforehand in positive terms, as suggested in the present document. So my congratulations, and we are of course willing to continue to collaborate. Thank you. Thank you, Camilo. Now we move on to the next working group, a guideline for the compilation and usage of the use and product matrices by Carlos Figueroa of the Central Bank of Guatemala. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you.
Bueno, buenas tardes a cada uno de ustedes, o buenos días, perdón, ahí estamos con
Good morning, everyone. First of all, we thank you for the opportunity of being able to participate in this type of project with ECLAC. This presentation will be a fast presentation, and I will now talk about the progress that has been done in creating the handbook of import-output table, its compilation and use. First of all, I believe it's important to remember the general objective, which is to provide a guide for the compilation and use of input-output matrices that facilitates and supports the creation of statistics with a gender perspective for NSOs in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is implicit that this guide will be providing recommendations of statistical procedures for construction tasks of the IO table. And I'll repeat it. I would like to repeat the fact that these recommendations seek to be for the context of Latin America. You can see that. Let's see. Let me delve on this. In the meantime, the roadmap that we established during the next meeting for our work has suggested undertaking this project in a whole series of stages to talk about recommendations for the compilation of the use of these tables at basic prices and auxiliary matrices, recommendations for the treatment of secondary products, estimation of employment and remuneration vectors, compilation per product or per industry, exercises for the use of these tables in simulations, and finally the presentation of a final document that will be submitted to the executive committee. With regards the progress of this project, this has complied with drafting the rectangular matrices that will be submitted or will be socialized and shared with the countries that form part of this working group, who will receive feedback that will enable us to enrich this final result. And subsequently, or at present, we're working on recommendations for the treatment of secondary products that will also be shared with this group in due course. I believe, in accordance with the previous argument, that it's important to highlight that whenever we wish to establish a matrix, an IO matrix, normally we have had to resort to manuals that have been written either by countries such as the US or Eurostat or even the UN document that at the beginning was conceived in order to create a guideline that was in English, and that a year later, it was in the year 2000 that it was translated into Spanish. But none of these guidelines actually meet the conditions that enable us to easily adapt that to Latin America, given the specificities that our countries have. Something as simple and basic as what was recently mentioned, which is to talk about the informal economy, how we can work and obtain a compilation of an import-output table that complies with an informal economy that characterizes our economies. And this is the type of aspect that we would like to discuss in greater depth. And as I mentioned beforehand, when we share this with the countries in the group, we want each country to make its contribution and provide its experience with regards to this type of work. As I mentioned, the main contribution of this project to the region would be to have an updated handbook of input-output tables, compilation and analysis in Spanish. And we again emphasize that this handbook will have a narrative that will be appropriate for Latin America, and with the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the production of statistics. You can see that we have already made progress with the foundations of the input-output matrix, and we also have recommendations to obtain the tables of natural usage and the auxiliary matrix, which basically comprises the rectangular matrices that we have or that are necessary in order to obtain a basic price matrix. Finally, in the subsequent stages, we envisage working in the mainstreaming of the gender perspective and in its applications. That once we conclude this in November 2023, will be shared with the Executive Committee. As I said, this is a very quick presentation, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Excellent, Carlos. We now open up the floor for comments and questions.
Bien, ahí tenemos un pedido de CEPAL. Adelante.
ECLAC wants to say something, yes. Good morning, or good afternoon for us. With regards to this working group, I would like to mention that ECLAC has acted as a technical secretariat of this group. We are supporting Guatemala with the operation of this working group. The meetings have been scheduled, and we're also making progress in terms of the seminar on national accounts that will be held during the first week of October. And the major challenges, as mentioned by the colleague, is to include the gender perspective and employment statistics in this document, in this handbook. So we will continue to support this working group, and we hope to achieve the best possible results for our region. Thank you. So we will continue, and given the fact that we're all making an excellent use of time, we will now talk about a panel that was scheduled for after lunch, and that has to do with the knowledge transmission network that will be delivered by Sandra Quijada, director of INE in Chile. This is a very important tool, this network, that has received a lot of attention during the pandemic period. Sandra, you have the floor. Thank you, Mariano. And I would like to greet all those present here and all those that accompany us virtually. What we will present today is our Dear Knowledge Transfer Network that has appeared gradually in 2019 as a first experience in order to hold a more fluid exchange between countries, has been a tool that has, of course, supported us during the process related to the effects of the pandemic and the different experiences that we have had to face and the challenges primarily that we have had to face as national statistical offices in order to maintain the continuity of our services, the publication of official statistics, and also to contribute to maintain this information up to date, and so that all countries may learn from each other what we're doing well, what we're doing, where we're not doing so well, and what is not working, so that we may be able to correct that and provide the material of all this activity. Many of you, of course, have participated as presenters during these activities that we have held during these past 3 years. What has been very strong is the activity, especially in 2021.
In 2020, we began a lot with what was happening during the pandemic, and the aim was of this network was to promote and coordinate exchange activities through the platform. Not necessarily at an in-person meeting, but rather make knowledge shared at different international conferences, even online. and of course have new forms of cooperation with the country, not only bilaterally, but also via groups, and not only staying within the working groups that we have at the conference. And so the idea is to coordinate the proper functioning of the exchange of experiences on various topics of interest for all of the statistical offices in the region, at least one activity a month. Sometimes we've had two, depending on the situation we're going through. And also once a year, we raise needs with regard to themes that may be of greater interest to each country. And also we prepare a schedule of activities and ensure the participation of experts in statistical offices and the national agencies, specialized of course, so that we may share in greater depth regarding certain themes, and also ensure the updating and continuity of the website for this network for the sharing of knowledge. And this year we have a pilot to promote new forms of cooperation and exchange of good practices. So, the knowledge transfer network was born with those connected RTC or KTM, and the pilot seeks to open the space up to communities with specific themes. The idea is the natural space at the start of the experience for the exchange of experience between various editors in the region with these static online monthly meetings. The video conferences held in 2022 are related to first of all, the pilot, how we created a greater exchange and how we better use the platform. This was done on May the 13th. We began with the life cycle of conferences on the architecture and infrastructure. And here we're talking not only of the major economic themes that we're going through, but also the processes. That is how basically we have your experience with regard to these themes. And this was held in June this year. This cycle was very relevant because it had 3 occasions. And this is something that is a pain in all NSOs and that we suffer every day, that is how to address the technology and also that it moves ahead so quickly. And also we had another conference 2 years after 2019, Changes in Learning and Statistical Production in Latin America and the Caribbean, held very recently in August 11th this year. Now here we have some images of activities, and the new thing, of course, is the community. Within the website of the Knowledge Transfer Network, there is an important space open for communities. Today we have 2 communities, and the idea is that it be a tool for dialogue and participation for the working groups, to be able to somehow raise a particular topic or discussion and of interest to those in the group, and be able to include additional information, be able to have a repository of information on that particular theme. And the pilot that we are holding for census as well as SDGs, the idea is that it should move ahead to having a platform that appropriately supports all consultations that we may have as countries, and also reviewing the presentation, the papers, everything that is devised within the sphere of the community. Now, who are part of the KTN community? Well, at this first stage, it comprises focal points that are appointed by the NSOs in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also experts in the area of population centers and SDGs. And that these are the 2 communities that are open. And so, what is the success of this community depends on? Well, of course, participation by each one of the countries and their commitment to active participation. And so each country, as they end, for example, their census process, may upload the information, may upload the events, may upload the news related to the SDGs or also population censuses. And so, to those of you who are not yet taking part in these two communities, we invite you, cordially invite you, to begin taking part, and we urge you to upload documentation that you may share with other countries and other countries to also ask for it. So basically, it should not be only a matter of receiving, but also requesting. Here's what we're looking for. That it's not just a matter of me actively uploading my documents, but also if there are consultations and queries in other countries that this be reflected in the discussion fora, and so all of this may be documented. And so we also have these active discussion groups. And where we have as the main discussion group is in the use of Census Pro and Redatam for the capture and methodology for processing of census data. This is not a community as yet, but it could go along that path. But yes, it is a very good discussion group, and you have the population and housing communities, and also the coordination of statistics for the 2030 agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. We also have a video archive, and the members of the community, their virtual thematic meetings held in recent months and that are relevant to the discussions are uploaded to the archive. And so if you missed a particular meeting or something, and of this community or the KTN, you can access the video. Also, the events, these are spaces for convening community members, promoting activities about to take place, and reporting the outcome of past activities. Also, the news, which is what I was telling you about a moment ago, this can be used for many different purposes. That is, inform the community regarding something new and that you would like it to be known to all members, or, for example, promoting a particular event, as long, of course, that it is of relevance to the other members of the community. With the idea of nourishing the space, you have the census group. This is a private group. It's not open access to all KTN members. And here, only members of this particular community, people who were selected to be part of this particular group. This census group has around 13 member countries with about 69 individual members from these countries, experts from CELADE that accompany the group, among others. And we have the use of Pro and Levatam, where we have around 35 members that are actively taking part, and the aim of that group is to contribute to improving the quality of the information based on the use of these two tools that are very specialized for censuses and that have been tested in the region and also beyond in order to create the necessary capacities in each country in order to use these tools in the best way possible. And the Statistical Coordination Group for 2030 agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean, this is a private space, a community of its own, and that in a safe and orderly manner, countries can have greater contact with their representatives and convene discussions to carry out the different activities that have been planned, ideas, projects that come up in different countries with regard to this topic. Here we have 27 members so far. So, how to be part of a community, how to be part of the KTN. Now we're in the pilot. And for the pilot, we've asked for each country for a focal point. If more persons would like to join these communities, the idea is that you may send an email to those people here, CEA at cepal.org or rtc@ine.gov.cl and making your request and the reason why you would like to join one of these communities that have been piloted with young. Now, of course, if this turns out all right, the idea is that we should move ahead with other themes that are of relevance and interest to the majority of countries. And so you are cordially invited to take part in role and actively take part, which is what we say expecting for the success of the widening of the KTN. Thank you. Excellent, Sandra. Thank you very much. We're now opening up for comments by the countries. Whoever would like to take the floor first. Yes, Dominican Republic. Yes, thank you very much. And also, I'd like to congratulate the IND team for the work that they are doing. I think that I'm an economist, and one of the things that I've heard, and that I'm still studying, is that the SAA as a community for sharing experiences. It's like when you study in economy and you are hearing about all those marvelous things that were shared in the particular space and how good it is and how we can capitalize on this in order to move ahead in a far more orderly fashion with Cassandra. And as it was said just now, that within the framework of the particular chair that I am part of now, within the framework of Central American participation with Paris 21 and the IDB, who is going to join now, we will be working on a workshop on female leadership for directors and sub-directors of the National Statistical Offices. And yesterday we were saying how to make of this space a community of practice where this network, I think it is also a great contribution that we could make so that the strengthening of the women who are still here within the National Statistical Offices, the directors, yes, but also they will also be on their way. And that there is an important experience of practice here. Also, there's a reason here, there also by a woman, and you got Jamaica, Guatemala, and so Costa Rica, and so we are growing. Don't get nervous, you men, that is, but that's where we're headed. Thank you. Well, thank you for your comment. Right. Comments by countries. I see no hand raised. So, Rolando Campos, the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. What I would like to say is really, really thank the INE Chile for their support. I thank them for this effort made. The truth is that during the pandemic, the knowledge transfer network, which was a process clearly, so to speak, with the heat turned off, so to speak, abandoned in the corner of this Conference of America, but it rose with great strength. It was a beginning pillar for communication with all countries, with all statistical offices, central banks, not only in Latin America, but also our colleagues in the Caribbean, and with whom we were in constant touch at meetings, seminars, events, to catch the technical themes that we had, and we need to have many technical meetings about price indexes, how to estimate these needs and make adjustments to movements. That so much has been said about these surveys and the introduction of telephone surveys to have a mix with households. We were the results of this exercise and the support we had in this knowledge network transfer. And now the new groups that are being organized from the network of knowledge transfer to the groups and the two communities that are being worked on census and the 2030 agenda, I think that provides us with the element to raise topics that in the future could become a working group conference. And that possibility, if there is a country with some topic of interest to discuss, it's easy. Send an email and convene a meeting through the emails of the network and ask everybody to be incorporated. I think that this network is extremely important, and we here with the colleagues of our international agencies can benefit from that, and maybe there could be other issues to be dealt with the agencies. Wherein you have the platform, where you have the system to bring everyone together. So I congratulate the work of the Knowledge Transfer Network and the work promoted in email to Sandra. And also I thank all the colleagues that have been actively participating in the discussions in this process. So I think that with this, I finish, and thus we'll have more time for lunch. Any comments? No. Thank you. We will have a recess, and at 2:30 we resume our meeting here. Thank you.
Sí, porque estamos adelantadísimos.
Sí, sí, sí.
Suerte, si no, bueno, ya vamos 40 minutos de acá. Están cansados, ¿no? Te juro que me cocino, porque me preguntan una cosa, otra cosa, tengo que decir, por ejemplo, si tienen trabajo.
¿Qué te diciendo ahí?
La Pati me escribió los precios.
Ah, pero ¿qué te pensé si yo?
Porque la gente le pide todo a todo el mundo. Y el primero que le responde es el que queda.
Claro.
Pero me pidió hoy mañana temprano. Entonces yo respondo, pero no sé qué más rápido.
Y que se lo pedía recursos humanos. Y esto hablé con Carolina, que allá abajo dice Carolina no sé cuánto. Aquí, esto está muy porque
estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la coordinación entre las oficinas nacionales y las organizaciones internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que se han conducido cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national policies and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que obtienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y las organizaciones internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos un 90% a nivel nacional, y los que tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones de proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que obtienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region calls the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ITLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la colaboración entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region called the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos el 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations. Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y de funciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos el 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registros civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo. Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLA, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas juntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizan censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos un 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region held the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLA, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of France, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations. Thank you.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos el 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones científicas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones periodísticas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y nacionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que se han conducido cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que se han conducido cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos el 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales en relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones periodísticas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y nacionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region housed the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones periodísticas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información conjunta y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones periodísticas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la colaboración entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos un 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLA in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la colaboración entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos un 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region hosts the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la comunicación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region held the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la colaboración entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y nacionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of friends, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations. Thank you.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad, para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional. La región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones periodísticas. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y nacionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos un 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales en relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region holds the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y nacionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. Las recomendaciones internacionales que se han conducido cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información oportuna y de calidad es posible elaborar estimaciones y proyecciones de población que reflejen la realidad demográfica de los países de la región y del mundo.
Official statistics are essential for governments to be able to implement high-quality public policies and for societies to be properly informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of XXI, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la comunicación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística. Las Naciones Unidas publicaron recientemente la última revisión de las estimaciones y proyecciones de población de 2022. Cada revisión requiere recopilación y análisis de datos demográficos que incluyen los censos de población y vivienda, estadísticas vitales, encuestas de demografía y salud y registros administrativos en general. Los censos de población y vivienda son la principal fuente de información demográfica. La recomendación internacional es que sean conducidos cada 10 años. La mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe han sido capaces de cumplir esa recomendación, pero hay brechas importantes. Por ejemplo, 3 países no realizaron censos en la década de 2010 y a causa de la pandemia, muchos países han tenido que postergar sus censos de la ronda 2020. En la región existen también brechas importantes relacionadas con la disponibilidad de datos anuales de nacimientos y defunciones. Para 2020, 19 países no cuentan con información sobre nacidos vivos, mientras que 16 países carecen de información sobre defunciones por todas las causas. Además, pocos países de la región cuentan con un nivel de completitud de la información de defunciones de por lo menos 90% a nivel nacional, y los que lo tienen mantienen grandes brechas regionales con relación a la completitud, cobertura y calidad de los datos. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha mostrado la importancia de tener sistemas de estadísticas vitales y registro civil con procesos bien establecidos y capacidad de estadística para el monitoreo de las dinámicas demográficas y de salud. Solo con información
Les pedimos si pueden ir tomando ubicación.
Please have a seat so that we can begin this final part of the event.
Bueno, retomamos la agenda.
Resume the agenda. We still have the working group on the compilation of experiences to generate statistics relating to prison systems.
Va a estar a cargo de Adrián.
This presentation will be delivered by Adrián Franco from INEGI of Mexico. Adrián, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, and we can see the presentation as well. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all participants in this very important meeting. I would like to begin by thanking the chair of the Statistical Conference of XXI, not only for guiding the work of this 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the conference, but also for the possibility of being able to share with with all the participants the status of the work related to the work on prison statistics. We can't see the presentation anymore. Please help me to share the presentation from there, please. There, we can see it there. Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, everyone. This working group, as mentioned by the chair, is a document. The main objective is to create a document entitled Institutional Capacities in order to generate statistics of penitentiary systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. And for that purpose, I would like to thank the permanent participation of Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, the Dominican Republic, and Mexico for their participation, being always present in the working group, and obviously many other countries have participated in that work. We would like to thank the chair of INEGI, President Marquez, for the support we have received from the Institute in order to undertake this work. And Mexico coordinates this group. And as technical secretariat, we have the Center of Excellence that we have with the National Office Against Drugs and Crime. The context, and just to mention that in accordance with the latest data of the UN, in terms of the struggle against drugs and crime, more than 11 million people throughout the world find themselves imprisoned. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we have around nearly 2 million people. In other words, 1 out of every 5 people in the world that is imprisoned is located in our region. A third of these people have no sentence, and therefore that is important. And let us remember that that is one of the indicators of the SDGs for 2030. And half of penitentiary centers in Latin America and the Caribbean are overpopulated, and that is a very important issue for our governments. A specific issue is that the rate of women that are incarcerated has grown at a faster pace than men that face the same situation. Now, with regards to statistical data, where we are, how we are faring, will allow me to share with you that in the region, there are only few countries that have comprehensive and systematic collection of data on prisons and people that have been incarcerated, and the generation of complete data is very important, not only for an effective management of prisons and penitentiary systems, but also an essential tool in order to make visible and respect and provide defense for the human rights of people that have been incarcerated. We cannot evidence or view minimum rights of people that have been incarcerated, but obviously in terms of catering for international standards on these issues. Our working group seeks as a general objective, and this is what is mentioned in the document, to identify the existing experiences in our region with regards to generation of statistics on penitentiary systems, in order to strengthen the production and use of statistical information around this issue, and also to strengthen its link in the design, monitoring, and assessment of public policies based on data. We also have as a general objective to get to know the observance, the adherence of the rules dictated by the UN system, both to treat people that have been incarcerated and of women that have been incarcerated, and measures that do not deprive people of their freedom for criminal women. As specific objectives, we have first of all to understand the institutional capacities of our countries in order to generate the statistics on these issues, and also the way in which this is linked, and the way in which this data is linked to the design of public policies. Secondly, to outline the way in which companies are collecting, analyzing, and using this type of information, and how countries have historically faced up to this issue of producing statistics. And thirdly, this information provides feedback to international and regional efforts in order to generate standards with regards penitentiary systems. What we expect in the short term is that these documents and this work may act as a reference in order to expand knowledge about the adequate development of statistical projects related to these issues. And in the midterm, that this enables us to create a methodological basis, a wide-ranging methodological basis, not only for the design of these statistical systems, but also to enable us to find ways of establishing international cooperation and to improve statistical systems and IT and information systems for these matters. Now, how are we faring in terms of our work plan? Well, up until July 2022, we have already held meetings to agree on how we have worked. We have developed an annotated index of the document. This is a full index, and we have also held different activities in order to have not only that first annotated index, but also a document enabling us to document the institutional capacities in each country when it comes to information systems of penitentiary systems. And what is upcoming for the next few months? Well, the analysis of this set of information. After that, we will also be drafting the first draft of the document and subsequent reviews in a very in a permanent process until in August we're able to achieve the last version of the document. I don't want to speak in detail about the document, but I would simply like to say that we already have key sections of the document in place with considerable progress. I'm not going to discuss this in detail, but in the next slide, we here can see that for each one of these sections, for example, we have made headway with most countries. For example, in the analysis of the statistical regulatory frameworks, in other words, what regulates the generation and the usage of statistical information with regards to penitentiary systems. In practically 11 out of the 12 countries, we have already conducted an analysis of criminal systems, how the penitentiary systems and the statistical systems are organized throughout the criminal justice system in 5 out of the 12 countries. We have already made an analysis identifying scope and limitations of statistical systems involving censuses and records, defining good practices and defining institutional capacities. And we have all developed an instrument that enables us to identify institutional capacities in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Regarding this tool, aside from thanking the ECLAC Statistical Division, Rolando Campo and Mancero, for helping us with this instrument to gather information from the countries, which of course will allow us to have information in the institutional capacities for the creation of this sort of information. At the same time, ask those responsible and the representatives and of the national statistical offices to help us complete information. Now, in the future, and with this I will be ending, we will continue moving ahead in drafting the document, of course, but we are already with the working group implementing workshops and meetings, not only to analyze how we're doing with regard to the national statistic systems, but also find a way so that interaction with countries we can go strengthening the production of statistics. Of course, our main focus is on analyzing the capacities and the statistical tools for this, and including geospatial analysis in the document and the work that we're doing, as well as institute work in the countries. And specifically, we have spoken to countries within the group to have regional agencies to facilitate the implementation of recommendations in the countries themselves, stemming from the strengthening of the penitentiary system. And to end, let us say that for the next steps, we will be restructuring, which is a pompous name, but the idea is to assign the roles that we have within the working group, because we have found countries that have very good experience in certain areas, and so they can help us to strengthen the structure of the document, exchange the practices, and do a lot of work on site, and of course, the regular review of the working group, as well as iterative work and work with the group has been very intense, but we would like to strengthen it for the review of the document, and so we would like all countries in the region to take part. And now I would simply like to thank you for the opportunity to sharing with you. I'm at your service. Thank you and good afternoon.
Muchas gracias, Adrián.
Thank you, Adrian. And so now the show is open in case any country would like to comment. The Dominican Republic. Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Likewise, we would like to thank INEGI for the presentation and for the leadership that they are exercising in our work. In the case of the Dominican Republic, we would also like to thank the coaching that is being done by INEGI as well as the UN, the Organization Against Crime, and that is giving the Dominican Republic much help to strengthen not only the statistics and penitentiary system, but in April this year, we also received a mission comprising Salome Flores and Jose Guillermo Castillo from INEGI, and they accompanied us, first of all, to make a number of visits at the highest level. We were able to visit the judiciary in the Dominican Republic and visit also the office of the prosecutors, and we were able to put together a work plan in order to strengthen capacities in terms of the statistical production on security, public security and justice, and specifically we have already agreed together with the judiciary of the Dominican Republic to have a penitentiary census next year and some surveys for people who are deprived of freedom and all the work with a view to the administrative records. And so likewise, with great interest, we will be taking part in the group and hoping above all that the process of the last 2 years may nourish us with experience and also at the end of the exercise of the biennium have a greater wealth of information in this regard. Thank you. Thank you, Dominican Republic. I don't know if there are any other requests from the floor coming from online participants. No? Well, if there are no further requests, we will be hereby finishing with the 11 working groups. I apologize for the 2 minutes I went, and it seems that in that time you've done away quickly with the entire agenda. And lunch as well, yes, that's true. And so we thank all groups for their work and for their participation throughout this period. And now we will continue on the regional follow-up to the 25th Agenda for Sustainable Development, beginning with a report on the Interagency and Expert Group on Sustainable Development Goal Indicators, Karen Chavez from Dane, Colombia, and who will be sharing this presentation. It seems Karen is online. No, we do not see her online. Or Dane, Colombia?
No tengo permiso. Le damos permiso.
Someone says they're not authorized, but now they are enabling her.
Hola, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Good afternoon, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, Karen, we can hear you. Very well, thank you. Now, yes, I was not authorized to speak, but now I will share my screen.
Por favor, me confirman si están bien.
Can you confirm if you can see my screen? Not yet.
Ahí sí, Karen Shot.
Now, yes, we can see it. Very well. Thank you. I work advisor of the Vindani organization in Colombia. I'm a member of the group, the IAEG SDG work plan for 2022 through 2023, together with Canada. We will be going over our lines of work in this group as put forward for this period, 22 until March 2023. Today we have 7 areas of work considered. This was approved by the Statistical Commission. And so what we will do now is that for each one, we're mentioning the feasibility and what this entails. The first, it has to do with implementation of the framework of indicators. We are working with custody agencies, AG, UNSD, countries, and agencies. Good practices for SDG monitoring. This is because in 2020, with the comprehensive review, all the methodologies were approved. So then you need to ensure the availability of information in each country And that is when this of updating the website on good practices for monitoring SDGs takes place. All member and non-member countries of the member are sent an online questionnaire to hear which are the good practices in these countries in terms of the availability of information. One line related to this is innovation and non-traditional data innovation and non-traditional methods, collecting good practices and methods and sharing them on the website. This can be understood as the 10 or 30 single indicators worldwide, of which not many had a methodology or existed in the world of statistics. So the framework of ST indicators posed additional challenges to the all national statistical system and traditional accounts and methods, which were all left short. So we need to innovate and compile what different countries are doing, and we have sought to share experience. And this is basically done in the open meetings of the group. And there are quarterly open meetings so that all countries may connect regardless of whether they are or not members of the working group. And so we invite countries that promote innovation with regard to SDG indicators. And these presentations are left on the website and the videos of the meetings as well. Right here, what we have highlighted is item 2 on data innovation, because this is one of the tasks that must be carried out, and we need to move forwards with this. And within the group, we need people to carry this out. We need to connect the IAEG work and the international network of NSOs and have a micro website for leaving all experiences among these different institutions, and that may serve as training material for whoever wishes to query them. And now here in this area, we have technical and financial support. Feedback on the form and capacities with the HLG and CCSA. The HLG high-level group and group that works together with the CCSA group. They work on indicators and the HLG strategies to increase statistical capacity. And the CCSA is the committee of the custodian agencies of the UN system and the co-chair of this group. And the LC is World Bank and World Health Organization. What we want here is to see how we can connect the custodian agencies and propose the methodologies and the countries, because the process to collect SDG indicators is mixed. You can have data coming through the custodian agency or the country. And so the idea is to connect the work that is being done between agencies and countries, and depending on the needs identified. And so we have the HLG and other mechanisms that have to update and share their activities for SDG monitoring and make all data available, and also innovate and seek out new sources and methods, and also we need resources. so as to have greater data sources to meet the needs of the framework. And also we need a questionnaire to compile programs and materials for capacity building and training on monitoring of SDGs, which is in line. And the only thing that the questionnaire does is to update the needs in countries. And here this is highlighted because today we are reviewing the questionnaire and taking a look to see if it's necessary to include an additional question so that we may best capture the existing needs in terms of measuring the 2030 agenda for country. Also, in this line of work, we developed an online platform to include programs and materials on SDG monitoring. There is already one platform, an online platform managed by GIST, by Global Network of the Statistical Institute for Training, and to use scale economies. And the Secretariat of the UN in New York, with all of these studies, other data organizations can have in one single place, online, one single platform, all that is available. And another line of work is methodological development and metadata review. We have some methodologies annually approved, and there are good processes for review of metadata. So, requests are received from custodian agencies as well as from countries, and countries where that has been approved. And in some cases, the methodology is too recent and has not have information availability for all the countries. Another activity is a subgroup updating and reviewing that all formats approved on metadata, and therefore this review is on the plate where methodologies are based. So no conceptual approvals are given, but rather using this template and of metadata, and therefore the components, or rather the 231 indicators are being reviewed. And additionally, the third activity is liaise with custodian agencies to update the electronic handbook on SDGs indicators. The third main line of work is disaggregation of data and the small area estimation. We have the first task of updating, adding new best practices of SDG data disaggregation and guidelines. It is in the system of the UN. It is, for the time being, a closed website, but documents are updated with experiences from countries with innovative methods. If there is a challenge to have SDG indicators for total national, these are 231, but if we count disaggregations at sub-national levels by different population groups, there will be more than 1,000 measurements. Therefore, innovation is relevant, and therefore you have disaggregation that is mainly used for this method in small areas. And secondly, continue work on the small area estimation for SDGs and support countries in this area. Thirdly, you have the working group on geospatial information that has established a task force or team to review disaggregation of data by geospatial location. This information, geospatial information, has two main uses. Satellite images as a source of information, and on the other hand, visualizing data in different platforms with a format for geospatial information. As fourth line of work, you have the IAEG SDG working groups. There are two. The first one is for geospatial information, and the second one is the SDMX standard, which is one for the transfer of alphanumeric information, and therefore reports need to be automated and standardized to the global database. And as it works in the standardization of the database, but also of metadata. So the metadata standardization is connected with the review from the SDMX group, working group. Currently, we are reviewing the working plans of both groups to connect and link the tasks of IAEG with the groups in general. Then we have dialogue with custodians on data flows. Remember that the SDG indicators can be calculated by the country or by custodian agencies. IAEG meets co-chairs to meet with CCSA and CCS UN co-chairs to discuss main issues raised by countries and requests from custodian agencies. We don't have a tentative calendar of when are we going to receive requests for questionnaires, and there are 231 indicators, and so in December we get a lot of requests, but other months where April, May, we have none. So the idea is to coordinate these activities to have or countries respond for 231 indicators, but custodian agencies have 10 indicators at most. So align the data flows and the cases where custodian agencies calculate indicators, we underline the fact that the data needs to be validated by the country. This validation is methodological, and although custodian agencies are the methodological experts of the indicators, they use sometimes as data sources the databases or surveys that come directly from the country. So it is the country that best knows its surveys or databases and can validate what the custodian agencies are doing. And also they have additional bilateral meetings with some custodians as necessary. As working modalities and meetings, the group has monthly meetings. Quarterly, there is an open meeting. And the next face-to-face meeting
and the 30th meeting will be between October and November. You are about to receive the information with the final date. And once again, recordings of all IAG, SDG meetings will be made available on a wiki site of the UN, where you can access recordings of open and closed meetings. And also in the page, the website, you find at the UN page, the Statistics Division, you will find all the presentations and videos of open meetings. There are other specific issues on special indicators, and these have emerged based on the Statistical Commission that was held in March of this year. The first request on goal 8.9, that goal is linked to sustainable development, and from CARICOM countries, we received the request to discuss with the World Tourism Association so as to consider sustainable tourism, create a working group. That working group was created and initiated activities, and it's made up by countries that expressed their willingness of being part in order to start in September. And in the region, we've received confirmation of several countries, Chile, Bolivia, and Peru for the time being. Then, indicator 17.3.1. There was already a working group where methodology was approved. This was an indicator, a special one, because it was the only one that the 2020 review had not an approved methodology. But given the relevance, a working group was set up, and Colombia was co-chair with Norway. And there is methodology, and some aspects will be reviewed. And UNTAD was assigned a work to lead further work on the South-South Cooperation Conceptual Framework, global reporting, and capacity building, and report to IAEG on progress. And on the measurement of the methodology. And UN supports countries on further reviewing of the issue of measurement of the global and regional efforts in supporting the goals. This is one of the subjects, how to measure global public goods. And with this, I conclude my presentation on activities of IAEG. Thanks for the time. And if there are questions, I will be ready to answer. I give back the floor. Thank you. Next is report of the high-level collaboration, coordination, and promotion of capacities in statistical matters for the 2030 agenda on sustainable development. Martin Choco from Argentina. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have the presentation? Fine. I will start with the activities of this year of the high-level groups of coordination and collaboration, promotion of the statistical capacity for the 2030 agenda, summarized in HLD. And its objective is strategic leadership for the implementation of SDGs to the strengthening of the statistical capacity of countries and coordination of all the data ecosystem, that is, of countries and international agencies of the UN system. During the year 2022, there will be 4 meetings taking place. The first, as every year, will take place sometime prior to the start of the meeting of the Statistical Conferences of the America, which this year was February 27, and it had a hybrid format. The 26th meeting was done virtually June 22. The next meeting will take place presentially for the first time since the COVID pandemic in London on the coming 27 and 28th of September. The last meeting of the year will be virtual on December 15. Next year, HLG will meet again in New York the day prior to the SCA meeting. It will be February 26th, and the 30th meeting will take place during the 4th World Data Forum in Hangzhou, China, from the 24th to the 27th of April. I will refer to it later. HLG is composed of 22 countries distributed throughout the 5 regions of the world. Of the chair, the Statistical Commission of the United Nations participates ex officio to facilitate the coordination with the other group, represented by Karen before, the IEG. The co-chairs, the IEG also participate of the HLG meetings. HLG is presided currently by Albania and Palestine, and as co-chairs, they participate of the IAEG meeting to facilitate the exchange between work groups. HLG meets 4 times a year in line with the follow-up of the preparations and the follow-up of the World Data Forum. Recently, apart from underscoring the importance of the participation of the member countries of the groups in the HLG meeting and to ensure the participation of the authorities of the statistics office of the countries and the international agencies that are members, HLG has revised its terms of reference so as to expand the participation to observer countries and non-member agencies, so-called issue partners, allowing us to have our new revised working method will ensure the quality of the specific topics of the HLG agenda and the working groups that have been constituted. There's permanent issue partners, for example, Paris 21, the 5 regional commissions, in our case, ECLAC, the World Bank, the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, Open Data Watch, and the Sustainable Development Solution Network, SES and Strengths. And there's also other issue partners that are occasional, depending and by virtue of the schedule of each one of the World Data Forums. The most important result of HLG for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda is, as I said before, the holding of the World Data Forum, which is the platform that complies with the objective of HLG, that is the platform for collaboration, cooperation of all the members of the data ecosystem, in which the government, civil society, and the private sector, financial agencies, regional and international agencies, geospatial community, the media, academia, and professional organizations cooperate in a single space and place for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. So far, 3 fora have been conducted, the first in 2017 in Cape Town, the second 2018 in Dubai, the third in Bern in 2021. The next one will take place in Hangzhou, China, April 2023. To that end, HLG, jointly with the Statistics Division of the United Nations and the host country of each one of the countries, is having a preparing work for 2 years before the forum through a program committee that's constituted in each one of the cases, but not only
just a logistics update of the agenda, the corresponding agenda for each one of the events, and side events and presentations and high-level panels that take place in each one of these World Data Fora, and also the communication strategy for the dissemination of all the strategy, and which articulates the 6 working pillars in which the World Data Forum of the UN is based upon. Finally, I'd like to underscore the importance of the involvement of our region and the World Data Forum, particularly considering that the next forum, that is the 5th forum, will take place in November 2024 in Medellin, Colombia. So it will be our opportunity to showcase the advances of the region in the implementation of the agenda, but also the contributions that our region has made and the contribution that could be made to other regions of the world in terms of exchange of experiences among the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean through this statistics conference. HLG received the mandate of the Statistics Commission of the United Nations to review the Global Action Plan of Cape Town, which is the plan for the implementation of the agenda, particularly the mechanism for funding and implementation. The subgroup was constituted by the Statistics Division of the United Nations Paris 21 at the World Bank, who presented the establishment of the Bern Network Clearinghouse corresponding to Paris 21 and a global data facility corresponding to the World Bank. Likewise, HLG received the mandate for the revision of the Global Action Plan 2023 and 2024. It constituted a subgroup for this review, and the review plan is launched coinciding with the 2 World Forum data for the UN. It was that with the proposal of a revised plan of action, and that will be planned at the next Statistics Commission meeting and will be launched in the 4th Data Forum in Hangzhou, China. And then the revised plan of action will be presented and will be revised in the 15th Statistical Commission 2024 and will be launched in the 5th Forum in Medellin, Colombia. That would be it. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Martín. Pasamos al
Thank you. We will go to the report of Statistical Commission for the 2030 agenda. Latin America and the Caribbean will be presented by Daniel Takari from SEPA. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the case of CEPAL, as Technical Secretary of the Statistical Coordination Agency for Latin America and the Caribbean, we will share the main outcomes of this working year, as well as the conclusions of the last meeting of the board. If the Secretary could please put the presentation online. Not working. I have it in my computer, but I don't know if I can share it.
Yo veo que se los hacen a propósito. A Javier le hicieron lo mismo. Yo creo que
They're doing it on purpose. They want to get you nervous.
Bien, la puedo recitar, no hay ningún problema. El tema que se van a ver un poco sin algunas imágenes que me
Without the images, I can just speak, but it might be preparing. It's interesting to comment what I was telling you before. The idea is to share with you the main results of this year of work. The presentation will be basically focused on two of the results or outcomes dealing with the information system on national capacity for the production of the SDG indicators, and on the other hand, the collaborative space within the network of knowledge transmission as a place for the exchange of experiences and learning among peers. As for the first point, dealing with the information system of national capacities for the 2030 agenda, this topic is not new for this committee, for this meeting, or the Statistical Conference of the Americas. As you know, the Technical Secretariat since 2017-18 onwards has been surveying information on the real capacities of the countries to cater to the needs of the 2030 agenda, which obviously at the very start were very associated to the global framework. But as the 2030 agenda was being implemented in each one of the countries and based on the appeal of the agenda for each country to define its monitoring framework, they started to evolve. And part of the demand for this committee is to maintain this diagnosis updated, not only in order to establish regional strategies for training, but also for it to help all national monitoring and management of the production of the SDG indicators to comply to the follow-up of the 2030 agenda. Insofar as the network for the transmission of knowledge, as you heard during the morning, there is an important initiative by the network of having these virtual collaboration spaces, and we thought it was appropriate, given the period of the members of the Statistics Coordination Group, to have some time for cooperation to these activities, to join the initiatives of the Network for Knowledge Transmission, and to also there put these developments virtually for the 2030 agenda. Now we don't even see the file manager. The presentation is totally black. Did they solve that? It's on its way, hopefully. Maybe we should go the old-fashioned way with slides. But at least in the monitors, you can see them on the screen. Okay.
Ok, perfecto. Siguiente, por favor.
This slide is the description of 3 points that we will cover and the presentation. Next, please. As I was telling you, the first task I would like to share with you is the development of this information system for the survey of national capacities for the production of the SDG indicators. As you know, the first rounds of surveying this information have been done remotely, but through an instrument developed in Excel, where each one of the countries would answer a questionnaire, and based on that, we set up a database that permitted the production of online reports as to the regional situation around the capacity of production of SDG indicators in each one of the countries. In this case, what we have decided to do is an online information system of decentralized and remote operation for each country to operate it from their own site, automatically feeding the database that provides support to the whole system and specifically to the reporting functionalities. As I was telling you, the main characteristics of the system, obviously it's online and centralized. Decentralized has an important linkage with the system of cooperation, technical assistance activity that the UN system and international agencies are implementing in the region. This will allow us to see the two sides of the equation, because not only the needs of the member states as to what indicators they need support to create, but also what are the technical cooperation activities that the UN system has implemented in the region in order to somehow outline a strategy for cooperation based on the supply and demand, and not only on the supply, but to ensure that the regional and horizontal way, these two components of the equation. Another topic, as I said, which is important and very different from the prior versions, is that given the implementation of national monitoring frameworks, which of course converse with the 2030 agenda, but which have their own characteristics true to each country, the system allows each country to upload the national goals of the 2030 agenda, the additional to those of the global framework, as well as those national indicators that, given a proxy or complementary condition, are also used at a national level for the follow-up of the 2030 agenda.
And as I said, the idea is to have an online reporting system so that we can have a quick view, which enables the management of indicators, and not the indicator data, but rather the management of the production of the indicators, of SDG indicators. The next one. Obviously, this system has a first entry, which is basically the information management module, where each one of the managers will be able to define the users of the system, the user groups, and the goals and of each country, in addition to the global framework that obviously, as you may imagine, include those indicators that are being prioritized by this conference with regards regional monitoring. Next one. For each one of the indicators, then basically what is being requested for a response from the online system is information about the level of production of the indicator, but also associated to the supply and demand of technical assistance. This in terms of not only understanding whether cooperation and technical assistance is needed for a specific indicator, but something that is very typical for this regional conference is to provide a horizontal cooperation among member countries that have made headway in terms of the methodology or the production of specific indicators. And as expected, for each indicator, to ask what we have always asked in the previous rounds, which has to do with which statistical operation the indicator produces, what information the country has in terms of years, the basic disaggregations established by the agenda are available, which other disaggregations the country has suggested for its indicators that do not necessarily coincide with those defined at a global level, how regularly they are produced, the geographic coverage, and all the details that we normally request with regards to a specific metric in order to monitor an international agenda. The next one, please, Juan. Next one, please, Juan. This is also one of the most the points that differentiates this from previous versions, and that has to do with the management of the system in a decentralized and manner and at a country level. A recurrent aspect in all our SDG meetings, and when it comes to all the tasks that we have undertaken in the conference with regards the Millennium Development Goals and monitoring of goals, pointed towards the need to understand the system, which where you enter via the statistical office, but which involves the whole national statistical system, and therefore the 2030 agenda does not belong to a single entity, but rather to a set of stakeholders that provide information for the 2030 SDGs, and therefore one of the tasks that the Secretariat undertook was to define a system that enables us to define managers as supervisors and sectors of the system in various stages and levels, so that it is not only the statistical office that participates, but all those stakeholders of the national statistics system that can provide information for these indicators. So despite the fact that there is a kind of super manager, which is a secretariat, each SNO, each NSO can grant permits to administrators in the Ministries of Education, in for all the stakeholders that comprise the institutional ecosystem that underlies the 2030 agenda. And that enables us to have a control dashboard, not only with regards the statistical institutional framework of the agenda in terms of its production, but also a monitoring system to determine how we're faring with the production of SDG indicators among all the stakeholders involved. And now this structure that seems to be very complex, and in fact it is very complex, will depend on each specific country and on how that national statistical system is structured vis-a-vis the 2030 agenda in each country. In some countries, we may find a simpler method depending on the number of stakeholders involved, or more complex structures. And therefore, the system is complex in the understanding that we are thinking of the situation of countries that have a far more decentralized, federated, intersectorial structure that somehow comprise where the group of stakeholders is comprised by many different institutions when it comes to SDG indicators. The system, as I said, will enable us to have online reports that will give us an idea of how we are advancing in terms of the production. These reports are still under production. They are not implemented in the system, and they will provide us with guidelines in terms of how what progress we're making with production. And as I said beforehand, this has two important objectives, and not only to create a tool for the country for the control and monitoring of production, but also at a regional level, so that we may be able to know as a region how we're faring with different milestones during the year. By being a continuously decentralized system, this enables a continuous reporting, but the idea is that at a regional level, we may have a couple of milestones per year to determine how we are faring at a regional level. The present situation of the system is that the system is ready, and we're obviously poised to begin with the pilot stage so that we can fine-tune the system, and based on that, establish the full implementation for all associate and member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The other issue, as I mentioned, is the creation of these virtual working groups around the 2030 agenda. This collaborative work was the initiative that emerged from the Statistical Coordination Group for Latin America and the Caribbean, headed by Brazil and Colombia, that on different occasions have reiterated the need to be able to hold an exchange between the countries that represent the region in global spheres, together with countries that are represented in the region. Thus, we achieve peer learning and the discussion of information, not only from the global national level, but also from the national upwards towards the global level. And that is what we seek to with this formula, creating, of course, discussion forums, dissemination of activities, and other initiatives to monitor the statistical development around the 2030 agenda. This platform, as you have probably seen during this morning with regards the network transmission, knowledge transmission network, has certain specificities related to the countries that act as group coordinating countries and moderators of the group. With regards to countries that participate in the activities but do not act as moderators and do not maintain and manage the contents of the system. In consequence, the Statistical Coordination Group, the 2030 agenda, in its recent meeting that I will refer to soon, defined that one of the ways to manage this collaborative network, the responsibility of that would lie with the group of 10 coordinating group member countries, and the rest of the countries could, of course, participate in all the other activities, but the management of the contents would lie in the hands of this group of 10 countries. And obviously, all international entities are invited to participate in this space, and likewise, UN agencies and programs are present in the region. Next one. Finally, I would like to mention the results of the recent meeting of coordination for the statistics of the 2030 SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean. It was a virtual meeting, and as I mentioned, we have 10 member countries plus 2 observers, and this involved the participation of 8 member countries: Argentina, Belize, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Dominican Republic, and Trinidad and Tobago, plus 2 countries that act as observer countries, in this case Chile and Cuba, plus the participation of representatives from UNICEF and Women as coordinating committee of the Statistics and Data Committee of the UN within the platform of regional coordination of the United Nations. The meeting was very fruitful. Obviously, we conducted certain online exercises for the operation of both systems of the collaborative platform and also of the national capacities information system. The group approved both initiatives, also approved the launching of a pilot test, and we're very happy to say that they expressed their will to participate, and therefore we will be very promptly sending you the invitation letters so that Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, and Chile may form part of this pilot program. So there will be 8 countries testing the system, and I believe that that will provide us with very valuable feedback, because we have been lucky enough that countries with very different structures will be testing the system, and that of course will provide us with additional elements when it comes to making adjustments or correcting some of the developments. And obviously, we will be very soon defining the next steps for the manager to upload contents and set up the discussion forums within the framework of this collaborative sphere. I think the next one is the final one. So I thank you thank you, Chair. Thank you, Daniel. We are very keen to start these tests, and thank you for this very good presentation. We now move on to comments around these 3 working groups that we have seen. I don't know if there are any countries that wish to express something. Venezuela. Thank you, Chair. In Venezuela, we have an architecture that has been created and that is favorable for the measurement of SDGs, which are the statistical committees of the sectorial vice presidencies of our government. So these VPs focus on the planning vice presidency. And there we have several statistical committees that meet regularly with the ministries, which is the institutional capacities that and they have the administrative records that are necessary to input into this information system. In our country, we are very happy every time we can contribute with that information that is there and that is often unknown or unreported, because it simply is left in committees or in the exchange between different institutions, but doesn't reach these levels as a coordinated platform among countries for the exchange of information and to deal with national capacities. And therefore, we would like to contribute to this effort, and we would like to contribute with our experience. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if there is anyone online that wishes to make a comment. No? Okay. No one here on the floor either, and therefore we conclude the agenda on the regional monitoring of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and we move on to other matters. And before we begin with the panel discussion, I have a request. No, I think we now have a short coffee break. Dear delegates, in the preliminary program that was sent today, we had a coffee break between 15:30 and 15:50, so we're running a little bit. We have made progress with our agenda, so maybe we could have the coffee break now. And yes, I didn't have this in the agenda, so we'll move on to the coffee break and then resume after the coffee break.
Regresamos a esta sala 4:10.
Bueno, sigamos tomando asiento.
Well, if we can please be seated so we can resume the agenda. I guess we have no more coffee breaks nor anything else. So
Nos quedaba
we
empezar otros asuntos.
were to begin with other matters, and
Un pedido
we also had a request by Costa Rica for an intervention. I don't know if Costa Rica would like to proceed with that now.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica? Can you hear me? Yes?
no te vemos.
Yes, we.
Ahora sí. Ahí ya.
Yes, but the audio is not very good. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to comment on the situation in El Salvador and that I consider to be highly regrettable. Most of us here have knowledge of the situation, but I would like to say that the Statistical Office in El Salvador was an institution of close to 140 years history, working a lot and strengthening to become an institute. And I do not know the details why this has changed so drastically, but there's a bill was submitted to Parliament, and this was approved, and the VKC was dissolved a few days back. My concern is that everyone here were totally convinced of the relevance of statistical offices for the production of official statistics in each country and statistical production should be used to sustain basic principles and good statistical practices. And this plays a very relevant role by NSOs and cannot suffer pressures on account of matters that have to do with their function. So we have taken this space that we have with the international statistical community to support each other technically and use these fora to inform regarding the relevance of our functions. And that is why I bring your attention to our sister country, El Salvador, because the situation there is regrettable. And I thank you for the opportunity to have shared my concern at this point. Thank you. Well, thank you. I do not know if before continuing with the foreseen presentations that any other country would like to make a comment. If not, we will continue. And online, is there no one who would like to take the floor? Very well, in that case, we will now move on to the first panel on presentation of the document Breaking the Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030, presented by Lucia Scuro from the CLACS Division of Gender Affairs. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here and share with you this document that I'm sure that you have seen, Breaking Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030, which does not, of course, imply breaking any principle regarding statistical production and merely make visible the gender gaps and be able to work towards equality policy. So this is a clarification And we're now reviewing the possibility of modifying the heading so that in no case may be understood as though we want to break away from any aspect of statistical production. The process to prepare a draft document was very participatory because not only was it framed within the consultations made with the mechanisms for the advancement of women within the framework of women in Latin America and the Caribbean, the group of countries within the framework of the FCA and all of you through the document that was sent earlier. This document will have to be presented to the Conference on Women to be held in November this year in Argentina in the first week of November this year in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And the main aim of the document is to follow up on the application of the Montevideo strategy, that is the agreement reached by governments in Montevideo at the 13th conference in 2016. And one of the pillars of the strategy was precisely the promotion of information systems for the production of public policy. So as I was saying, the document has 7 chapters, and we at regional level visit different matters, historical as well as in terms of the challenges forward for statistical production in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we review a few figures, the regional architecture, the figures, the production of statistics, and we also see of mainstreaming the gender perspective in national statistics systems. And that in this case, there were examples, cases, where progress is being made in terms of sense, and we review the partnerships, the synergy-based partnerships between data producers and data users, and the production of gender statistics as such, the process involved, and then how to measure to move towards the care economy, which is actually what the governments will be discussing in November in Argentina. These are the 10 axes for the Montevideo strategy. We first highlighted the information system, but there is a report, and you have in your photos. There are some data on the report, and they refer strictly to highlight the structural challenges of gender inequality. This you won't be able to see in detail the data, but you have it. But what has been sought is precisely to fine-tune those indicators at regional level that account for or reveal gender gaps in the structural frameworks identified in women in the Conference on Women. The regional architecture is very interesting and has this historical line, highly motivating, and there are landmarks, and this conference has referred to it. I mentioned the November 2015 Statistical Conference. Also, you have the landmark of the creation of the Observatory of Gender Equality within the framework of the Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, and there is this convergence between matters dealt in the Conference on Women and the matters and documents we have submitted for the approval in this Statistical Conference of the Americas. That's the English version.
As to mainstreaming the gender perspective in national statistics systems, we can refer to the coordination within this conference. And in this document, in addition to highlight this regional mechanism, we identify in each one of these statistical processes those spaces for mainstreaming the gender perspective. And in this chapter, you will find some of the good or best practices or iconic processes that are happening in the region without the spirit of ranking or prioritizing some countries over others, but rather to shed light on some that we have accompanied from ECLAC, for example, the gender and intersectoral approach table conducted by CACEN, the DANE Colombia, or the participation in the subcommission on gender statistics, the National Statistical System of Chile. As Cuba was saying, and as Mexico has great experience, the partnership between entities that produce and use gender statistics is absolutely key to strengthen that partnership. And the director of Cuba referred to the new observatory that refers to the progress of women to statistical production. And mentioned Mexico because the framework of gender statistics, for example, this meeting in Aguascalientes has shaped and strengthened this partnership between statistical offices and different producers of statistics in national systems and those areas of government that are information users, but also civil society, chain, and others. Now, if you see in terms of statistical production, and considering here measurement of paid and unpaid work, this will provide us a basis for society of care and measuring. We have statistics of time use. Also, as Argentina was saying, for over a year and a half, mandated that the survey be conducted systematically in Colombia several years, in Mexico. The statistical plan already integrated, but in some other cases on a regular basis, although it is a risk for systematic information on paid and unpaid work, but it is quite and some countries do have economic valuations of the domestic and care work, and 5 of them do it within the framework of their own producer agencies of national accounts, producer of their own indicators of wealth, of formal economy. This is very important because DANE, INEGI, Central Bank, jointly with ONE from Costa Rica, INE in the case of Peru, and I'm missing one, I'm sorry, and Ecuador, yes, Central Bank and INE as well, are those that calculated the satellite account of unpaid work. And of course, that strengthens the statistics because it is done within the framework of the production of the national account system. As to production of gender statistics and statistics on gender-related violence, they already have a specific mandate to follow these violence, gender-related statistics, femicides. We have incorporated the femicides to supplementary indicators in our 2030 agenda, and here there is a display of all other themes insofar as gender statistics. Marco Lavagna referred to the necessary work of the INEs with the judiciaries, and their systems of administrative records so as to strengthen these statistics within the framework of the national statistics, where we need to have them available and validate them. And already closing, finally, a series of sources from which we have benefited for gender statistics, but also those areas of opportunities for innovation, like articulation of statistical and geospatial information and use of big data, major challenge we've discussed in several times in the committee and CA, and also the indicators on gender and climate change. These are some of the examples we've worked and supported in Argentina federally and in Bogota at district level to accompany the public policy initiatives of systems of care and the use of the tools of statistical information and geospatial information. And with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Lucia. We move on to the next panel, statistical activities of the Caribbean community. Barbara Adams from the Caribbean. You are connected, Barbara?
Bárbara, te vemos. A ver.
Can we see Barbara?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair. I'm trying to share my screen. I don't have a camera, so I cannot share. I cannot open the camera, but I'm trying to share the screen.
Now,
Yes, thank you so much. The CARICOM Secretariat was asked to have a presentation on recent statistical activities of the Caribbean community. This will be a short presentation. The overview of the presentation: demographic and social statistics, economic statistics, environment and multi-domain statistics, data analysis and dissemination, and other activities. In the area of demographic and social statistics, we had an advocacy activity in March 2022 to promote the 2020 round of population and housing censuses. We also did some follow-up on the status of the 2020 census round and provided advice where it was required. Furthermore, we had a project to upgrade the census e-portal with data sets of various rounds of censuses of our countries. In the area of economic statistics, we have a data collection collaboration with the UNSD, where we share the National Accounts Questionnaire. We also have, we coordinate jointly with the UN ECLAC on the International Comparison Program, where we do some follow-up with countries on the status of the ICP activities. And furthermore, we publish a report on selected economic indicators. In the area of agricultural statistics, we had an agricultural webinar and a webinar on farm registers. This was in collaboration with the between Italy and CARICOM and funded by the government of Italy. From that workshop, We have produced a CARICOM minimum set of indicators on agricultural statistics, but this is just a draft. In the area of environment and climate change statistics, we also had a collaboration with ICLAC and contributed to several ICLAC national workshops. Also, on the online course on environment statistics for the Caribbean region, we did a contribution. Furthermore, we plan to have a training on the StatAct tool. This will be done by UNSD and UNITAR, and we plan to have that training in September. Gender statistics, we had 2 regional workshops so far, coming from the UN Women's Spotlight Project, which aims to mitigate violence against women and girls. These regional workshops focus on the conduct of a prevalence survey on violence against women and girls, and the other one was on the data anonymization of violence against women and girls survey data. Next, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have produced and disseminated statistical bulletins on Goal 1 and Goal 2. In the area of data analysis and dissemination, we had several publications. The first 2 I have mentioned already, but we furthermore have produced a number of statistical country profiles and also a special topic bulletin on the COVID-19 status of countries in the region. We furthermore have also disseminated newsletters. One of them is What's New? This is a quarterly newsletter on the implementation of the CARICOM regional strategy for the development of statistics, the RSDS. Other activities, phase 2 quality assurance framework document was disseminated. We furthermore launched the EasyStar, that is our electronic institute for the statistical training and research. And we furthermore had the installation of the SDMX framework in our pilot countries and at the CARICOM Secretariat Regional Statistics Program. We also had further training in SDMX. We also implemented some project activities, among which the 11th European Development Fund that is supported by the European Union. Activities are in progress or about to commence with regard to the organization of social statistics databases, the launch of 4 terms of reference, such as the content development of the EasyStar, a central repository development, and support in the areas of national accounts and trade and services statistics. We also have upcoming workshops, regional workshops in collaboration with PRASC, that is the project for the regional advancement of statistics in the Caribbean, in the area of census analysis and dissemination and technical working groups. We also had support of the government of Italy. We are planning to have in November a workshop, a regional workshop in the areas of gender, agriculture, and environment. And lastly, we will have a CDB project that is already approved to assess the future state of the Caribbean statistical system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara from CARICOM.
You're welcome.
Pasamos ahora al avance del programa.
We will now go to the progress of the System of International Comparisons, ICP, in charge of the Statistics Division of the clerk, Claudia de Camila. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to share with you the progress in the implementation of the International Comparisons Program in Latin America and the Caribbean. This program is long-standing, and the countries of the region have been participating since the end of the 60s. And ECLAC, starting the 2011 cycle, became the agenda for regional implementation. In 2011 and 2017, we had 2 cycles for the implementation of this program. And the results of the 2017 cycle are well documented, and the programs document that I am presenting there and the slide. And you probably saw it outside on the tables where they were made available for the participants. We're also publishing the information resulting from this program or the implementation of the program in Statistical. There you can see the results of your countries, of the countries of the region who are participating with us, as well as on the site that we've dedicated to the International Comparisons Program and the Statistics Division. Some of the results of the 2017 cycle. The participation of the region within the world GDP measured in PPPs is 8%, whilst if measured by exchange rate, it is a bit lower, 7%. And the population in the region accounts for 8% of the world's population. Within the region, we have the main economies. There we see Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, which are the main economies in terms of size. And there are smaller economies that do not appear here because the participation is below 1% of the regional GDP. One of the variables worth highlighting within the outcomes of the comparisons program is the measurement of per capita GDP, which is somewhat different if measured with purchasing power parity or exchange rate. We see that there are countries, in general, the countries of the region show a per capita GDP which is much higher if measured by PPP than if measured by exchange rate, excepting some countries of the region, which are the first ones appearing there, who have price levels that are much higher than the world average. So here we go towards these results on price indicators of the price level index, where the region shows a price level which is lower than the world average, where we have countries who evidently have price levels that are much higher than the world average. There we have some Caribbean economies and also Uruguay, which go higher than the level of 100 of the world average. And these results allow us to open up the information of the price level by component of expenditures. We see global GDP with the price level of 85.8, yet both the gross capital formation as well as the household consumptions as well as the government spending have a different share or a different price level, which it's quite intuitive that the investment assets that are usually imported in the region have price levels that are somewhat higher than those of household consumption, which many are produced locally. And finally, the data that show the government wages in government spending. These results can also continue to be broken up. And this is the interesting thing about the Statistical Group, because you can break down the data, for example, household consumption, and see not just food, but also health spending, education. There's a wealth of information that can show price levels that may affect the competitiveness of the countries of our region. In the implementation of the 2021 cycle in Latin America, we're participating with 33 countries of the region. Here we have 4 countries that are not within these 33. These are the 33 working with the class, but there are 4 countries who participate with OECD. So the information is being dealt directly with that other group. And here, what Mrs. Barbara Adams mentioned, the work with CARICOM has been very important. And we're trying to incorporate 3 new economies, even if it is through its consumer price indices, using that information in order to incorporate them into this 2021 cycle. What's the schedule for price collection? What's the calendar? Here we put it jointly with the countries, and it depends a bit on the forms of the questionnaires that we're dealing with in terms of consumer spending in the households. Here we have a timetable. Yet there are other special surveys such as rental, education, government spending, gross capital formation, equipment, construction machinery that have been scheduled depending on the nature of each one of these surveys, as well as spending coming from national accounts that are also scheduled according to the availability of the information. What's the status of the information available for this 2021 cycle? Insofar as household consumption, we've obtained 81% of the necessary information in order to meet the program's requirements. Yet in the special surveys, here we have had a lower response, even though, as I said, the timetable has made according to the nature of each one of these surveys. The effects of the pandemic, which have had an effect with the countries having lower resources or because priorities were changed within the statistics work, have led to a delay in the submission of information. But evidently, we are supporting the countries. In fact, today we had the opportunity of talking with Belize and Montserrat in order to support them in the implementation of these special surveys. Insofar as national accounts, you can see there the situation in 2021. It is natural that it be zero because the countries are just closing the 2021 data, so that's not to worry about. But here, we have direct support. Some countries, some economies of the Caribbean, which do not have measurement of GDP on the side of the demand, and that's where we have been providing support and with work with the teams from this unit. When we started the implementation of the 2021 cycle, The program had been scheduled to have as a reference year 2020, but as you all know, the pandemic forced us to postpone the implementation of the program. So all the information that we had already started to receive is being still worked with. Don't believe that we're not using it. And we're extrapolating it through the consumer price indices that you yourselves provide. During 2020 and today, we have been holding a series of meetings, workshops for technical assistance, capacity building activities in order to have a better implementation of the program. In 2020, we had the initial meetings where we informed the countries that we were to change the benchmark year because of the pandemic. And then 2021, we dedicated to the preparation of the material and the surveys in Spanish because all the information provided by the global office, the guidelines come in English. And we have had consultants on some specific issues, specifically what deals with machinery and equipment, with construction equipment, which are more complex topics. And also, we have had the participation of CARICOM, of the global office led by the World Bank and other specialized agencies. This year, we've done a couple workshops, one relating to machinery and equipment, and the other one related to government spending. And also, we have held several meetings for price validations of household consumptions. The last one was in May, where we went over the information of the third quarter of 2021. And for the rest of the year, we have planned different meetings for validation, as well as meetings in order to share with the countries the result that we're obtaining. Right now, we're in this process of validation of the information, be it household consumption, as well as the special surveys, and working with the countries to provide support in compiling these surveys.
We have held technical meetings on validation, and we will continue to do so, and also these meetings on capacity building via workshops, technical assistance, and horizontal cooperation that we have held together with the Asian Development Bank, with our regional commission for the Middle East, and with the OECD as well. The challenges, well, the challenges are quite numerous. There are several financial and human resource constraints. This is a program that demands special work, and we face a tremendous challenge there in terms of turning this work into a recurrent work on the part of offices, not something that they have to work on especially. The COVID-19 pandemic also posed a challenge and was a problem because because of that, we changed priorities and we faced restrictions in terms of mobility, confinement, and also in terms of the compilation of prices, but also, of course, budgets restrictions. So the census rounds have also applied a challenge, especially for those economies with smaller working teams. And they have had to undertake census work and the implementation and compilation of the requirements of the program. And also some countries have faced natural disasters. We have the case of Haiti and of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that have faced natural resources. And that, of course, has meant a problem for them when it comes to the compilation of the requirements of the program. And for some other countries, facing the census round has meant a delay in the provision of information, and finally, changes in staff within the teams in the region has also quite a challenge, because we have had to conduct additional training activities. As mentioned and as shown very quickly in some of the first slides, the information that we obtain within the International Comparisons Program is very useful, because it enables us to have information that supports the Millennium Development Goals. It also accounts for productivity and production, cost of living, living standards, salaries, education, health. It's information that provides us with tremendous wealth when it comes to analyzing competitiveness and also investment. And as for MECLAC, we will continue to provide support to countries in the region when it comes to the implementation of this program and the dissemination of its results. And we invite, our invitation as from here is for countries to continue to promote the program, to continue with joint work, so that we can have more and better indicators that support that support policy design. Thank you very much, Claudia. What is also, of course, very important is all efforts and the support provided by this program. So thank you very much. The next point is regional cooperation activities of the Partnership in Statistics for Development in the 21st century, Paris 21. Johannes, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's actually the first time I can take the floor in this setting. So let me just say thank you very much for inviting Paris 21. Thank you very much for that we can be here. My name is Johannes Gütting. I'm the executive head of Paris 21. I'm here with my colleague, Jeff Greenwell. I was thinking in the few minutes I have, just maybe to do three things. Just say one or two words about Paris 21. I'm not sure if everybody would know here what Paris 21 is, so I will be very brief. Then I'll speak about a few key activities that we have been undertaking with some of the countries present here or present online. And then most importantly, say a few words what we have in mind going forward, of course, in close collaboration with UNECLAC, with IDB, and with other partners here in the region. That's very important for us. So Paris 21 in reality stands for Partnership in Statistics for Development in the 21st Century. So it has a Paris, so we are more or less, the offices are in Paris, actually in the OECD building. And some of you know them, and we are part of the Statistical Directorate of the OECD. Yet we are fairly independent. We are a small team of roughly 20 colleagues. And we are a global partnership. Many of the founding members of Paris 21 are actually the UN, the Statistical Division, the World Bank, the IMF, the OECD, and the EU. The history of Paris 21 is closely related to the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, if some of you still recall. Now, of course, we have the SDGs and Agenda 2030. So what's the main mandate of Paris 21? I would say the main mandate and what makes us a bit unique is that we try helping national statistical offices, mostly in low-income countries, to strengthen their capacities, planning tools, and to strengthen capacities across the board. So we are not specifically a sectorial organization. So you wouldn't find necessarily the best national account expert in my team, neither the labor force expert, not eventually anything on, let's say, agriculture. But we have people who know about system development And I think the key tool that we have been promoting is the so-called, the abbreviation that comes very often with Paris 21 is this NSDS, the National Plan for Development of Statistics, which is one of the flagship things that we have been doing in many countries for 20 years, and helping countries to do planning and to strengthen their systems. I think we have changed over time significantly. We are also trying to get with the flow. I have to say we have that's important also to understand from the governance. We don't receive assessed contribution. So you can be a member of Paris 21, that's the good news, without paying any fee. We have currently 54 member states, international governments, organizations, banks, and also civil society organization. Which basically means that we sort of approach donors, mostly the so-called DAC donors, Development Assistance Committee donors like Canada, Sweden, Switzerland, and others, but also big international organizations like UN Women or foundations like Gates Foundation. And with that money, we are able to do work. Now, in terms of topics, I think one of the key topics that has also come up here quite often is the financing for data and statistics. And I just wanted to mention one tool, and I have some information here that I will put also, maybe you had a chance to see it, is also in Spanish. It's the clearinghouse. So it's basically an online platform. It has been sort of officially launched at the last UN World Data Forum in Bern in Switzerland. And the main idea is to have a matchmaking tool between those who give money and those who receive money. So if you want to see, and if you can go as a country, and if you want to displace information where you have funding needs, you are very welcome to discuss with us of how we can integrate this into this clearinghouse. It's just a start. We just have many African countries that display information where they have how much money they currently spend on data and statistics and where they have most needs. But we also want to sort of integrate more and more countries. It's a bit of work, but we stand very much ready to work with you on this. So if you have any interest, please contact me. The other thing I maybe want to mention is, and Jeff is the expert on our ADAPT tool. It's an advanced data planning tool. And this is something we tested out in a couple of countries, and it's going very well. So, Mr. Chair, then in terms of the key activities, of course, I have to say, I'm now with Paris 21 since 10 years. I'm happy to be with 10 years, and I have to say, Paris 21 has been coming from a very Africa center focus, as you will understand, with most capacity and development needs. We have been doing some activity in Asia and Pacific. But I have to say also, we are very interested in seeing, because with the SDG, it's a global agenda, right? So we also increasingly work with middle income countries. And if we can be of use and if we can complement other activities, we are very happy to sort of reach out also in this region. We have a couple of activities here. We just had a wonderful regional seminar with the Caribbean countries about climate change. Also together with XXI, which worked fantastically well. So we are very interested in pursuing this. So let me just say very concretely, in Costa Rica, Floribel Mendes, maybe I think she might be online. And in Costa Rica, we have been working on this ADAPT tool and NSDS. Paraguay, Ivan still here, which we have quite a lot of work done in Paraguay. Also on this NSDS, but also on gender data work. Communication, that's, by the way, that's also something I think we are quite good at. Helping national statistical officers to communicate all about the good things you are doing. And we have ourselves a communication team, which I sort of, when I came to Paris 21, there was no communication, nothing. So we decided to put up, and I spent out of the, we don't have a huge budget, just to be very transparent, 4 million per year. And we spend quite a lot of money now on a dedicated communication officer and team to help countries to communicate better and to lobby for more and better funding. Because one thing is to do good work, the other thing is that others know about your good work, and to use modern communication tools, web services, internet, LinkedIn and all these kind of things to promote your work and that's very important. And I think some of you have been the opportunity. I know there was a very nice regional workshop apparently in Paraguay with a lot of social elements, I understand as well, and about communication. So with this in mind, let me just conclude and just say what next. So overall, as I mentioned, after being here for 1 week, it's the first time I'm in Chile, it's the first time in XXI. I'm very impressed by all the work and the interest, and so I do think that if, of course, with the criteria of complementarity and funding available, we would be very happy to deepen and enlarge our activities in this region. I can officially say that, that's for sure. We have, I already mentioned some activities around the ADAPT, the classical activities, the national planning, ADAPT. Of course, the financing I mentioned to you, the clearinghouse, but also in going forward, of course, topics like climate change and the climate change sort of assessment framework we developed, also very in line with sort of complementary to the UNSD ESAT indicator framework. So that's something we are very happy looking in and are in conversation with some countries. We are also planning another regional event, and we are in discussion with the colleagues of Peru. Maybe next year it will be in Peru. The topic is still open. Maybe I can tell you, I mean, you probably are all aware about UN World Data Forum. The next one is in China, and the one thereafter is in Medellin in Colombia. And I think the Swiss have invented the road to Bern. And there is some noise that there will be also a road to Medellin. And maybe the road to Medellin can go via Lima and some other things. So that could be quite nice. And so we could have a regional event in Peru and Lima next year as a sort of stepping stone for 2024. And last but not least, very sort of something very exciting coming up in September, which is starting next week, right? September starts next week. The 27th of September, I understand you have received invitations for a webinar about the fantastic topic of coordinating national statistical systems, the coordination. I think it's part of a trilogy. One seminar we already have in September, and the one in November, if I'm not mistaken. And Geoff has all the details about that, but I think you have received, hopefully, invitations. And please just join and sign up, and we would be very happy about this. So with this in mind, Mr. Chair, let me conclude, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here for the first time. Hope it will be last time, but to see you very soon. Tuve la oportunidad de estar en el seminario.
I had the possibility of participating in the seminar in Paraguay, and it was a very interesting seminar. The workshop was extremely interesting. After that, what happened in Paraguay, well, stays in Paraguay. The side event. So it's very important to have this participation from you and for us to undertake coordinated efforts, and also with the side event, and to have greater collaboration and coordination. We have a lot of work to do. We have limited resources, and therefore it's a great pleasure to establish this coordination and work with a joint agenda. Thank you very much. Moving on then to the next item, the report on the ecosystem of data in Latin America on the part of the CIPE, the International Strategic Thinking Center, and that will be delivered by Munoz. I think he is there, and we haven't seen you for a while, so it's a great pleasure to welcome you again. Thank you, Marco. Thank you very much for granting us this possibility of delivering a presentation. I would like to share my screen.
Ahí están viendo todo, ¿no?
Sí, lo vemos perfecto.
Yes, we can see that perfect. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the possibility of presenting this work. This has been conducted, work that has been conducted with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data and by CEPEI. This is work that is aligned with what you have discussed in today's meeting, especially in the group on administrative records and the one on data stewardship. The work itself has been, I would say that this is descriptive work in the sense that we have conducted interviews with many stakeholders in the data system. And we must understand the data ecosystem far beyond national statistical offices, and that is what we try to do. It involves civil society organizations that have entered into alliances around SDGs, and we see alliances as from 2015, such as the Global Partnership, and CEPEI has been part of this from the very onset. And in the next presentation, I believe that Freddie will talk about upcoming activities. So this is some of the context that I was discussing with you. The Alliance, Global Data Alliance for Sustainable Development that we have belonged to from the very beginning. We have identified needs, and we have been involved with capacity building, promoting governments, but also we advocate in favor of expanding this ecosystem, consolidating this ecosystem so that it's much richer in terms of different agencies. And what does this so that we can have a richer data community that has had an impact on the World Data Forum, which was created in 2017 for the first time. And thus we promoted multi-stakeholder alliances where the high-level group and the program committee brought together entities creating data for SDGs. And Martin has already said that we have the next editions, which will be held in China and Medellin. CEPEI is based in Colombia, in Bogota, Colombia, and therefore we will be the host organization, so to speak. And in that sense, these activities that are being undertaken in this document, together with the recommendations that it has and with the findings and the activities that we intend to do with regards to recommendations that emerge from the document, will have paved the way, so to speak, towards Medellin. That will be the event where the statistical community and the data community of the region will be very well prepared, and not only to give a very good impression of the work that we're doing in the region, but also to convey clear messages. This is what we must do. This is what we have to work on. The data agenda is very clear for you, I believe. This work also in one way or the other intends to incorporate the Cape Town Global Action Plan, especially with the 6 axis, especially the 6th one, which has to do with the mobilization of resources and coordination between different stakeholders so that we can create a data system involving stakeholders, not only from government and official sectors, but also from civil society, academia, the private sector, all of them contributing with their data so that we can have a better data capacity. The objective of the document was, first of all, to characterize data ecosystems to determine what they're doing, how they're faring, and for that purpose we have identified priorities. We have talked not only with the statistical offices, but also with civil society, NGOs, and international entities. And for that purpose, we have also used Chatham rules. This was important to analyze the comments so that we can have more realistic positions on the situation in the region without individualizing, but in order to be very clear on the urgent issues that we have, because there are urgencies. And certainly one of the conclusions of the document is that in the region, data ecosystems should be much more articulated. Despite the fact that they today coincide with national statistical systems, many references were made to data ecosystems and national statistical systems, which is fine, because in the region, we're not experiencing something extremely different. The private sector is not involving itself so much as we expected, and we must continue to make this agenda visible. We must continue to highlight the needs as well. An additional point is that the document contains recommendations and concrete lines of action, and we have also conducted a case study on Colombia. In Colombia, we have met in meetings with all members of CASEL, the national statistical system in Colombia, and all the other stakeholders at a territorial level, so that we can begin to talk of data ecosystems with an adequate disaggregation in terms of stakeholders and also in terms of jurisdiction. And this document will be accompanied by another case study that will come out soon. And another important with regards to this data system, it is as from 2015 that if we search very quickly in Google, we already find this term of data ecosystems. And also statistical systems, because we always talk of the data ecosystem, which involves not only the production of data, but also its use. And those users also often become producers, such as the private sector and civil society, as has been adequately presented by some of the previous panelists, and especially these groups that we mentioned beforehand. One of the key messages that we establish in the document is which seeks to revalue the role of NSOs with clear roles for SNOs and the roles that are not able to perform, because on many occasions NSOs are focused on urgencies, on the production of more traditional statistics, surveys, censuses, and so on. And I believe that these urgencies, if these urgencies are not adequately catered for, or that is innovation will be left behind. And therefore, the document highlights the strengthening of the role of NSOs so that they can play an increasingly more important role within the national data ecosystems. And we also distinguish between the ecosystem for statistical data, the data that will be used for to produce statistics, and that data which is not for statistical use, because there's a lot of data in the states that should not be interesting for us in this specific need to account for the 2030 agenda, which is also unclear for many governments. And this has happened in the case of Colombia. There are aspects that work very well between the immediate different ministries. So there's also a little overlapping, I would say, in terms of functions. Statistical data, the data that is useful, have to have a central role within NSOs, and we must have a coordinated work within different sectors of the state, but we must differentiate those that are useful for governments and those that are used perhaps in a different manner, and those that are anonymous and that are not useful to generate statistics. And therefore we must strengthen the role of NSOs. The use of non-traditional sources is still something that we're exploring, and we continue within this exploratory phase. And this has to do, this is not only the responsibility of NSOs, but also of the characteristics of nature in order to make private sector data that may have quality problems and then also continuous, and therefore we must focus on the sustainability of data through agreements or through laws and regulations that in one way or another force data to be available for transparent use, so that they may be used in order to generate better indicators. And so we need regulations. We have to make a lot of progress in that sense. And therefore, if there is something that we are focusing on and where we have worked well and where we believe is the most effective line in order to work in terms of innovation with these non-traditional methodologies, for the compilation of geospatial data and administrative records. We must focus on that in order to consolidate these new methodologies and to consolidate non-traditional statistics within the present more mature ecosystems. And the last one has to do with the comprehensive modernization of legal frameworks, not only statistical laws, but all the laws related to the transparency of data, the use of data by the private sector, the generation of incentives so that the private sector can benefit from this And in many countries and regions, this is also a problem, and we must resolve this. We make certain specific recommendations in this sense. And finally, to continue to make efforts with regards to the visibility of the 2030 agenda. And we have been working with the private sector, and not everyone has this present as one of its priorities. It seems that the 2030 agenda is much more present in the agenda, in the data agenda. And therefore, the private sector and civil society have to make a greater effort in terms of generating links and to think again on the 2030 agenda. This characterization led us to these findings. And SNOs are focused on complying with their regular operations, and they still have traditional problems, resources, budgets. We heard the colleague from Costa Rica talking about something very serious as was happening in El Salvador, which for me implies falling behind in terms of statistical community. But we must make greater efforts in establishing why NSOs are important and why the functions should focus on those offices and not to concentrate functions on the central bank, which plays other roles, and why the function of NSOs is important. And this is important to consolidate data ecosystems, because otherwise we're not going to have mature ecosystems. Despite the fact that a lot of progress has been made, and this is reflected in the document, we have data that we have detected in terms of experiences that should be shared and that are very important. One of the big things that we highlight and that we want to highlight again is, if we want to reach other publics, institutional frameworks, how we must have regulations and how NSOs must be accompanied. And so our lines of action have to do with modernization of the institutional statistical frameworks, the improvement of coordination mechanisms. And here we're talking of census experiences, for example, which is very important for ecosystems. The quality certification within national statistical systems would be very adequate to take that to the rest of the ecosystem and to offer that to non-traditional producers. To incorporate non-traditional sources is very important. And also innovations in terms of governance frameworks, which is the work undertaken by this group. I would leave the link here for the document on next steps to hold an event in order to present this document. It will be done by CEPE. The idea is to discuss this in depth and establish concrete lines of action where the global partnership and CEPE can better channel their cooperation and collaboration efforts in the region, especially where civil society can cooperate most. We are making headway with certain aspects. Johannes, for example, spoke about activities in the region. CEPE and Paris 21 this year have launched a data aspects related to data communicators, which is operating and which is useful to build more capacities and to attract a greater public, because that community of practice is incorporating other areas such as journalists, others that are out of the statistical community. And thirdly, I feel it's important to highlight this idea of advancing towards Medellin, to start thinking about this. And CEPE will again be working as a host, first of all, in the committee, and working with local stakeholders so that we can pave the way towards Medellin, which is one of the ambition is to be very well prepared for that. So thank you very much once again for the possibility of being able to present this to you. And of course, I'm open to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hernan, for that presentation. And so now we move on to the next presentation, Regional Cooperation Activities of the Global Partnership on Data for Sustainable Development, GPSDD. We have Freddy Rodriguez online. Freddy, are you ready? Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. Very well, thank you. And special greetings to the chairman and the XXI Statistics Division and all participants who are there in person and online. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present what we are doing in the Global Partnership and also see these opportunities that we have for cooperation among the various countries in the region and how we are working on certain elements. First of all, what is the global partnership? It could be that some countries that we are working with very closely know us, but others that maybe do not. And so this is an opportunity for you to know what it is that we're doing with the global partnership. We're a partnership that work with more than 650 partners, of which we have civil society, the private sector, quite strongly, government agencies, and also focal points within governments, and the NSOs are our gate of entry. And also we're working with several players who are promoting collaboration among regions. We have a major presence in Africa, a little less in Asia, and more intermediary in Latin America and the Caribbean. So very briefly presenting some of the examples of what we are doing. The Data Value Project, we have like a white paper, came out, was published a few weeks back, and based on an exercise that we did last year in 2021, based on the consultations that we had done internally within the technical advisory group. Global Partnership has a technical advisory group, and that links with various sectors, such as the ones I've just mentioned. And for example, we have organizations, the UN Statistics Division, represented by Francesca Dani with the director, and that accompanied the process and began guiding the roadmap so as to reach what we've called the white paper roadmap, to have the data at the center. This is based on 350 consultations with various people, also from various sectors. And we would like here to take the opportunity to thank them for the contributions that they made to the component of the statistical community, and understanding how these three elements that you see right here on the screen, data agency with a far more inclusive approach, understanding the various approaches and how they're working collaboratively, and on the other hand, data governance, mechanisms for working with the communities that also need to be made visible through the data. And then lastly, maybe the most important, put the data into action, how we can implement this through public policy, but also the better use of data. And often the data that created by NSOs are not used to the utmost. And so the first initiative, here you have a link and you can check it out. It is on our website, and so welcome, so you may consult it. It's a mechanism that we're seeking to make it manifest, that we will be publishing in just a few weeks more. And then here, as you see on the screen, we say, what is the collaboration group? Administrative records. This is we were working with the UN Statistics and the Global Partnership in order to begin working on urgent needs in terms of access and use of administrative records. And as you can see, we have about 35 countries that are party of this, from different regions, some belonging to Latin America and the Caribbean, and where we've had an opportunity to exchange knowledge, creating spaces to also know some of some practices that have been implemented. And this is also to tell you that this resource, which you can consult on our website, microsite, and the UN Statistical Division, where we have an inventory of 90 cases that have been documented, expert clinics, and where you can also find out and even see what some countries are doing, webinars, and especially the three that we held a few weeks back together with RTC, ECLAC, and INU in Chile, focusing on infrastructure. And also we have a guideline and if you like, a format for working with MOUs, and also a self-assessment tool to work more collaboratively. And also we have an assessment tool that we've had an opportunity here to work with Jimena Clark, and probably it's also with us online, And that tool allows us to see what's going on at legislative level and how you can have certain components that allow access to the administrative records. And finally, regarding this point of collaborative administrative records, we're holding workshops in 3 countries, Namibia, Bhutan, and Dominican Republic, and there will be an ongoing course focused on data producers. And not the NSOs, but those that produce administrative records, but they are not maybe unaware of the potential that the data could have if they are turned into statistics. So that is something that we're doing, and in September we will have this series of workshops face-to-face to test the content, and in the case of the region, we will be doing it in the Dominican Republic. Moving on to another topic, exchange of data between the private and public sector. We've been doing a lot of work here with partnership and with some resources that we received last year. We began the process with 2 approaches. One, not so much the technical side, but more from the viewpoint of governance and structuring those mechanisms that are necessary in order to exchange data between sectors, private and public, and focusing on 2 countries, Botswana and Uruguay, in the case of Latin America. And also, in addition to this, we have some needs, capacity building needs, and once again, to strengthen governance. We have moved forwards with Uruguay and held very fruitful meetings with, for example, the agency that is responsible for coordinating teams with mobile operators in Uruguay. And also, we've had exchanges with several countries from outside the region and also within the region, and that have allowed us to learn of mechanisms that are being used. But this is more within the framework of governance and structures, and not so much on the technical side, which in many cases could have more practical solutions. But the legal aspects and in terms of access and to governance are the biggest challenges that we face. And that is why we're carrying out this particular exercise in the region. And now here, just to highlight that among the 2 main outcomes that we've obtained is a mapping, process mapping at the structural level, how to have an exchange of data between the public and private sectors, understanding that NCOs are also one of the main users, or could be one of the main users of that information. And another strategy to provide technical support and training, and this is occurring with both countries. But while we're doing this with Uruguay, it also had an opportunity to scale this up at a far more regional level in terms of conversation, for example, with other sectors, in addition to just Uruguay or in South Africa, not just Botswana, but speak wider at a wider level with regard to the mechanisms we would need to handle this sort of data. And so together with the IOU of Uruguay, we're planning a meeting in November, the 22nd and 23rd. And in the next few days, you will be receiving an invitation. But let me tell you that this is a hybrid event, 2-day event. And what we want is to take a look at the context in these countries and also have an exchange with players in the private sector and hear of how they are prepared to exchange data, which would be the conditions and the mechanisms, once again, within the framework of governance, and that will allow us to structure certain facilities for the exchange of information. And then lastly, I'd just like to announce very positive news for the region. We, as Global Partnership, organized a data festival. In 2018, we organized the first festival in Bristol, UK, and on that occasion, and now we bring it to the region. We did an exercise in terms of seeing in 2020 the possibility of doing it quite well. Unfortunately, on account of the pandemic, it was not possible. And even at the time, we had thought of another region, to hold it. But then last year, we resumed the conversations to bring it to this region. This is an event that lasts 3 days and more or less for 500 participants, about 400 from outside the region or outside the host country. And it is focused on certain components related to data governance, data values, inclusive data, and how to go about it and make them more relevant in technical terms. It is co-created, or the idea is for this to be co-created with various organizations in the region. Once again, I reiterate that our approach is multiplayer, holistic, and so we will be working with organizations of the civil society and other IDB, ECLAC at regional level in order to put together the event in the region. And the reasons why we would like to bring this to this region is because we are expanding our presence in the region, and so we need to bring the conversation here. This was mentioned, the Dual Data Forum. We're going to have connections with China at the end of next year. In November, we will have the Data Festival to connect at regional level with the World Data Forum in Medellin. And the event will be held next 2 years, now in Latin America and the Caribbean, and then in Africa in 2025. So the process whereby in the last few months we invited or we sent notifications out to countries. The countries express an interest and put forward the countries to be part of the process. And we selected the country, and I'm pleased to announce that Uruguay will be the host country for this data festival in 2023. We will be working a lot with INE in Uruguay and in collaboration with Irak and his team so that the festival be not only of Uruguay, but really a representation of what we are doing in the region and how we can begin collaborating far more strongly with other regions at the global level. And with this, I end, and I will give you a small, short period for the Director Diego Val to communicate messages related to these recent announcements. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity to speak to you about what we are doing with a global partnership and how we can contribute to other exercises that we have in different countries. But, well, unfortunately, on account of the time, we could not see them right now. So thank you. And so thank you. And go ahead, Director Diego.
Mi primera intervención, así que aprovecho a agradecer al señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Marco Lavagna, for the praise and congratulations for the results. And special greetings to Rolando Campos. Thanks for the work you do for MECLAP. Support to Uruguay also. Greetings to all the colleagues of Latin America and the Caribbean that are present here and representatives of different organizations and multilateral institutions. I'll take 5 minutes. I just wanted to provide, we would like to invite you to Uruguay in November. And this year, next year, email from Uruguay has among its strategic pillars to promote the use of strategic data coming from the private world. It's very important having data from mobile telephony, scanner data, public service providers, ways, social services. We believe this is an important road to address. NESE in Europe already highlighted this in the declaration a few months back. And this is justified for two important reasons. On the one hand, the difficulty and increasing costs of accessing data through traditional means or methods, and because of the growing number of non-responses of surveys, and also for the need of generating statistics based on data that surveys cannot provide, either because they don't have the appropriate frequency or coverage or reach, or the cost would involve generating that data by surveys. And therefore, it's very important to have access to these sources to produce more efficiently, more and better statistics. There are some challenges for access and use of this data. Also, this access and use should occur within the basic values of official statistics. There are elements linked to privacy, confidentiality, reliability, and accuracy. It's important, all of them are important if you access these sources with a level of detail and tremendous detail. It is within the framework of this line of work of in the Eurowide that we have a great, it's a pleasure for us to invite you to go to Eurowide on the 22nd and 23rd of November and to the interregional workshop. I don't know if Freddy mentioned this, but there will be people from Latin America and the Caribbean, but also from Africa, going to Uruguay to this workshop, which is effective exchange of public and private data for decision or policy making based on evidence. So we would like the directors of statistical organizations of Latin America may go to Uruguay and have exchanges of views with Africa. Successful experiences will be presented in the use of data of the private sector from different countries of the region and the world, as well as having an exchange of views on all of these aspects. It will be directed from statistical organizations of Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. It will be a high-level event. On the other hand, the joy of having been chosen to be the venue for the second festival, data festival, or Data for Development Festival in 2023. That is the Uruguay company, more than 500 people from all over the world coming from public and private sectors, academia, civil organizations, government agencies, so as to discuss for 3 years the significance of technological innovation and use of data for development, and as well as promoting SDGs. And now to conclude, I would like to say that this event, of course, has the support of Uruguay that leads this process in Uruguay, but also PROFIC, which is the electronic government agency of Uruguay, Presidency of the Republic, and Ministry of Tourism Uruguay, in addition to other institutions from academia and civil society. So, invite you to these two events, and also I make extensive an invitation to those that would like to start working in the framework of this partnership with GPS in obtaining private data for statistical generation. We can articulate meetings within a Uruguay, or if you want to contact directly GP SED, and have this idea for generation of statistics. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this space. Thank you, Freddy and Diego, for the invitation. Hopefully we'll be attending, and as Ministry of Tourism is also involved, hopefully we'll have the side events, and what happens there will stay there. Congratulations for your day today. So we had a lot of time available, but no longer. I mean, we will finish hopefully at 6 p.m. Statistical framework to measure violent deaths of women and girls by Ms. Flores of the UN Office Against Drug and Crime. Salome. Good afternoon. I would like to thank this time to I would like to thank to Rolando Campos, Statistical Division, and Daniel Javier, who always support on this security and justice. In recent years, this area has been of great relevance because of SDGs and some indicators of violence and security. And we see how gradually national statistical offices or national institutions generate that. We are finishing with this presentation. We thank the possibility. It's a joint presentation. I have Paulina Robert from the Center of Excellence of UN Women, and we will introduce this statistical framework that was approved by the Statistics Commission in its session of this year. As you can see, it's already on the screen. Yes, you can see it, right? Thank you. This statistical framework emerges from the importance of this topic globally as well as nationally and regionally. The UNODC, again, NODC, it collects annually data on intentional homicides, indicator 1611. And based on these data, we know that in average, one girl, one woman is murdered by a member of the family every 11 minutes. That is the size of the problem that we are facing. And this data, this average at regional level or globally, it is translated into a total of 47,000 women and girls are murdered by their couples or member of a family. This is from 2020, and regionally you have those figures. And it is in this context that UNODC and UN Women receives their request to work in generating a framework that will allow us to improve measurement of this phenomenon, especially those deaths that are caused due to gender perspective. Please, Paulina, will you take on from here? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, yes, it is very important to mention that this statistical framework is an integral one, and also the objective of it is to improve, promote, and harmonize all the instruments for information collection and for addressing the national statistical offices, institutes, or institutions of public security, and improving mechanisms of statistical coordination with civil society and academia. This framework, in addition to contemplating a statistical definition of such homicides, and identifies a typology of homicides of girls and women because of gender, and lists a series of variables that can be used to identify and count different types of homicides. Definition and typology are consistent with the structure and framework of the national or international crime classification and can be applied regardless of national legislations. It's important to say that this document generates data on victims, those who are the responsible ones. The task entrusted to UNODC and UN Women is precisely to set up this statistics framework, and we did a preparatory work during 2019 with an interinstitutional meeting of experts where different agencies participated: UNODC, UN Women, UNDP, UNFA, ECLAC, EIGE, and MESECI. After this, we were able to provide and produce an interagency document to be globally discussed. There was an online consultation globally with several countries, 67 countries, basically, several responses of this global initiative or consultation. 67 responses were received from 54 countries with the idea of generating a criterion validity in order to detect reasons due to gender if they were relevant to developing policies for prevention of women and girls' deaths, and if there was a certain technical feasibility those information producers in order to compile this information. This consultation was done between April and July of 2021, and some of the important results is that, in fact, most of those who respond, these are the national statistics offices, and mostly in Europe and the Americas that are the ones responding with greater intensity. However, it is important to point out that also we consulted the police, the judiciary, ministries of interior, and some civil society organizations, international agencies, and some other institutes of human rights. Based on this consultation online on a proposal, on a document proposal, is that it was first presented in December 2021, and we had the opportunity to present it to the interagency expert group on gender statistics. And in March of 2022, the document that is already available and published in different platforms is presented to the 53rd session of the UN Statistical Commission and provides the endorsement, approval, and Salome will present the structure of this statistical framework, the emphasis, and how is it that we really want to continue in order to take some results and implementation exercises of this statistical framework and take it back to the Commission for its adjustment, improvement, and approval. So I give the floor to Salome so as to speak about this framework, its structure, and the purpose in order to generate an integral statistical framework with the purpose of improving and harmonizing the information compilation instruments, in this case for the murders of women and girls because of gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. Continue with the presentation. And as I had said, the challenge that we have with this framework is to measure those deaths for gender motivations. Traditionally, as I said, we have measured homicides, which is the universe that you see in this slide. These homicides that are measured according to the definition of the International Classification of Crimes for Statistical Purposes, and that most of the countries report approximately 120 countries generate data about homicide. A similar number on intentional homicides, which are the subgroup that appear on the screen. This is the subgroup that appears in red, which is those violent deaths for gender reasons. And when we talk about the gender reasons, we refer to identify those contexts in which the deaths occur because of the stereotypes, by the discrimination that exists against women or girls, because of unequal power relations or the inequality that often exists between men and women. And that is the challenge that we have, how to make operational that measure because of gender reasons. And that's why at the end of the day, after the consultation, we were able to incorporate in the document or in the statistical framework. We started initially from the relationship that exists between the victim and the perpetrator. As was said in the first slide, most of the violent deaths of women and girls were either by the couple or a member of the family. And this happens specifically in the private arena. And there also are other murders that occur in other contexts within relationships that may occur in the public sphere. And this framework, our goal is to collect the information of capturing that will allow us to capture that relationship between the victim and the perpetrator in that private arena. Now, those two are the first data sets that we consider to be basic in the measurement of violent deaths of women and girls for gender reasons. As a result of the consultation, we determined that these are the 8 basic elements to capture those gender reasons, which are the ones that appear on the screen. That there was a prior history of violence or harassment, that there was deprivation of freedom, mutilation or use of force, that the body was exposed in the public area, and other elements that I will not stop on them because of time constraints. They appear on the screen. The detail of the framework, all the variables for these basic elements, these 10 basic elements, as well as the variables of disaggregation that form part of the framework and which allow us to have a much more granular analysis about the context in which these crimes occur, and which are the ones that will allow the authorities to have more elements to prepare the prevention policies. The framework details these elements. And the objective of this presentation was to inform you about this framework and inform to you that it's available and to share with you what it is that we will be doing together from UNODC and UN Women in all the different regions. Specifically, we have considered the steps that appear on the screen. We are working very strongly in creating awareness of the relevant stakeholders, starting with the UN, and then leading to the national levels. We've had approaches with some countries, with approximately 30% of the countries of the region that we will advance in the coming 6 months. We are also identifying voluntary countries in order to carry forward a pilot test that will allow us to identify what's the current generation or gap of data, the variables included. And after we do this pilot test, we will generate guidelines and training so that the rest of the countries may have the possibility of adopting this standard. And of course, both agencies will be providing technical assistance in the stages after the pilot. Then, as UNODC, we have a mandate to report back to the US Statistical Commission in 2025 as to the implementation of this framework. And basically, this was a joint presentation by both agencies, and I only would like to end this intervention to take the opportunity to invite you, UNODC, in collaboration with UNEHI and the Excellence Center of UNODC, have been organizing on a biannual level international conferences on the statistics of governance, safety, and justice. And on this occasion, 2022, we will have the 6th conference. And for the first time, it will be outside of the region. This conference is being organized jointly with Statistics Korea. And so I'd like to invite you, even though I know it will be complex because of the time source, we will share the recording, so there will be interesting sessions about the statistics of these topics on safety, security, justice, policing, the prison system, corruption, illegal financial flows, and particularly there is a session where we will be participating with several national statistics offices organized by UNIFI that will cover the role of the national statistics offices in the generation of information about these matters. Thank you very much. Greetings and good evening from Vienna. Thank you, Salome and Paulina, for your presentation. Before going to the comments, Jose Antonio Mejia from IDB, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just 1 minute to thank for the support and participation of all the countries who have been part of the survey of employees of the National Statistics Offices of Latin America and the Caribbean. As you might recall, it was an exercise that we presented in November 2019 in the conference with the objective of measuring the key competencies of the employees of those institutions. because the persons make up institutions, and it is important to learn about the attitudes, the competencies, and the quality of the practice of human resources. We're concluding. We've had large participation. More than 13,000 employees of national statistics offices interviewed in the Latin America and Caribbean region. In the following 2 weeks, those countries who participated will receive reports, both of the management of the institution as a whole, as well as of the units within the statistics offices for which we have a sufficiently large sample. In September, we will have presentations for each one of the participating countries, and we hope that by the year end or early next year, we may have a regional report that may be a reference not just for the countries of this hemisphere, but also for the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's so important to participate in the survey. That way, the rejection rates will be lower. So, before going to the comments, we have a message from FAO through Javier Masur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, FAO has requested us to inform about the 9th International Conference on Agricultural Statistics, ICAS, and will take place from May 17 through 19, 2023 in Washington. This is open to present papers until October 14. It's on the web page of the event, and there you can have information about the different topics that will be included, which is quite broad. So at the request of FAO, we share that information to you all. Thank you. Thank you. We will now go to comments before closing. Floor is open for countries who would like to make a comment. Also, virtually, Colombia is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. Thank you for the interventions. I would like to give recognition as a national statistics office and the reports generated. I would like to be brief because there was much information that we shared, so I would like to refer to the report presented by Lucia, where we consider that the collaboration between the statistics division and the gender unit, because we are in the same building, has permitted us to have this great product. We consider that the coordinated work between sister conference and the regional conference of women and the conference of statistical conference of the American allows us to make a topic visible, which is of great importance for the region. And we believe that some of the elements that we have just developed in Colombia, given the broad, how broad the topic is, might have additional messages. We would like to refer to the initiative we have from Ghana with a voluntary registry for the visibility of sexual diversity and gender in Colombia, which will allow us with self-report to reach that population and thus generate surveys that will permit covering information that we did not collect before. Which leads me to make two specific comments. First of all, Rodriguez, who was with us online, through his collaboration in that institution, we've been able to come with the support that allowed us to have technical workshops to better design questionnaires. And with the points mentioned by Johannes, I believe it would be very important for Lucia, given the fact that the Clearinghouse for Financial Development Data has a particular gender approach, which allows us to see which are the contributions made from the general budget of the nation to the different statistics offices, but also the international cooperation that's linked to the great effort made by the statistics division headed by Rolando Campos, mapping the different contributions of the agencies of the UN system. Likewise, I would like to refer to the study presented by Hermanos, some of the main points of the findings of the report done on Colombia were presented. It's important here to identify the way in which the official statistics system interacts. It is represented in the national statistics and the different governance agencies and allies with this ecosystem, which is much broader, emphasizing specific topics such as funding, interoperability, they need to foster technological development, and an essential point, which is quality. Finally, for the message transmitted by radio, I'd like to congratulate Diego and Uruguay for the different events. We would be very pleased to participate in this. We consider that the rationale implemented in the workshop you had and the inclusion of the regulator in the discussions was of utmost importance, and we would like to learn about those good practices. And finally, we're also very attentive to the results of the survey of the officers of the different agencies in alliance with IDB. Thank you. I see nobody else here on the floor, line, no one? Very well. So we will close the part on comments. Thank you so much for your interventions, and we will go to closing. We'll put up for the conservation, the agreements, and the close. The Secretariat sent a document with the conclusions. That document that was distributed, some changes were added. I will ask the Secretariat to read them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. After distributing the document this morning, now this afternoon, correct yourself, some changes arose from the conversations of this meeting, and I will read them so as not to distribute the paper version. The changes of few. Number 3 ended with the word development. You have as number 3 that ended on the word development. You have to add in topics such as the gender gaps and the diverse manifestation of inequalities, unpaid work, and the relationship with the environment and its ecosystems, among others. Then number 4 is cited that says the following: it acknowledges that the production of statistics on multi-domain topics such as environmental statistics, those related to climate change, and those related to the risk of disasters, require the close coordination among the National Statistics Office and the ministries and institutions responsible for those topics.
We have 2 additional changes. One is the one that you have there as number 12, where we changed the word on the 4th line, implementation. We changed the word implementation, and we had a number 14, which says we expresses its satisfaction for the achievements made in the implementation of the 2021 cycle of the program of international comparisons in the region, and calls upon countries to continue to support information requirements and advance towards the incorporation of tasks related to the program in the regular work programs of statistical divisions applying international recommendations and standards around these issues, and also considering the relevance of its results in the production of indicators and essential statistics for decision making. Thus, we have a document, a draft agreement that is comprised of 15 different paragraphs. So those are the changes, Chair. Thank you very much. We submit these resolutions of the Executive Committee of the conference to you. We submit this to your approval. Somebody, no, it was from before. Okay, if we don't have any more comments, then we approve this. Now we would like to offer the floor to Rolando Ocampo, Director of the Statistical Division of ECLAC, for his closing remarks. Thank you, thank you, everyone. We have reached the end of today's event. 2 long days during which we have received a lot of information, 2 very interesting seminars yesterday that provided us with a very important perspective of the status of housing and population censuses in our region. En el proceso, quienes those that have concluded this, those that are still underway with that, and those that will be conducting these in the near future. We also were lucky enough to, in parallel, hold a seminar with Caribbean countries, and that involved the participation of 11 Caribbean countries on a face-to-face basis to monitor environmental statistics, who joined this second seminar, which had referred to which had to do with beyond GDP, that enabled us to listen to a whole set of issues as from a global sphere, and involving the conception of different stakeholders involved with that, and also everything related to the economic part related to national accounts,
de otras actividades y también
to the environment and to other activities, and also what we're doing in the region and what we are supporting as from ECLAC. And today we have heard the presentations of each one of the working groups that have all been very interesting, and that have developed their own work and are ready, so that next year they will be able to submit this work in Argentina within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. I would like to, well, having heard the participation of the different agencies, funds, and programs, and the international entities, CEPE, our friends from Paris 21, that were accompanying us during the seminar, and with whom we are seeking close cooperation, so that we may be able to coordinate activities within the region and also with the IDP, with whom we already cooperate closely in that sense. I would also here like to especially mention our friends from the Caribbean. I would like to thank Barbara from CARICOM for her presentation and the efforts that they have made as from the statistical area with our friend Philomen Harrison, who has been promoting for some time now this link with ECLAC, and even participating in the report that we submitted to the UN as from the region, but also in a strong and decisive manner in all aspects that have to do with environmental statistics and with the ICP in the Caribbean. So I would truly like to thank the enormous support provided by CARICOM, and I hope that we can continue to work with them in this process. Likewise, with the Caribbean office, with Abdullahi, who is around here somewhere, with whom we worked jointly in the Caribbean event. And thank you, Chair, for your support and the support that you have given us, so that we can continue to work as a Secretariat of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, coordinating all these efforts around these issues. And finally, I would like to thank our friends, our interpreters, for the support that they have given us. And I would like to ask a warm hand for them. They have to interpret very quickly our discussions. I would also like to thank the whole conference team that accompanied us. Maria Eugenia, thank you very much. And likewise, the whole conference team that was present working with us, supporting us during these 3 days, both in the seminar and in the executive committee meeting. And of course, the whole team from the statistical division that supported us. Thank you, Javier, Andrea, Daniel. Thank you very much, Georgina, Claudia, and the different teams that contributed to this whole process. I am truly very happy, very tired, but at the same time full of energy, so that we can continue to work and collaborate with all of you in the way in which we have in the past. Thank you very much, Chair, and I offer you the floor so that you can formally bring this event to a close. Well, we would like to thank you, Rolando and Eka, for all the effort that you make on a day-to-day basis for the accompaniment of the whole Latin American and Caribbean region, which is essential and very useful for us to perform our daily tasks in the production of statistics. So we are indeed very grateful, and our support is simply a very small retribution for what you do for us. Well, I would like to thank all the technicians and everyone who has helped us. So we would like to thank the whole team for this magnificent meeting that you have been able to organize, for your hospitality and for the effort made during these 2 days. It's not easy to be able to organize and coordinate an event of this nature. A hybrid event that involves certain complexities. So thank you very much, the technical team, the interpreters, the secretariat, the directive team at ECLAC. A warm hand for the secretariat. During these 2 days, we have heard very good presentations, a lot of contributions. The 2 workshops have been very, very good. The Beyond GDP workshop also had a level on the part of its presenters that was very, very high. We came across during the presentation and came across in all the contributions that they made. That was very enriching for all of us. I believe that the contributions of all 11 working groups have been very positive, and that we must continue to do in order to promote and to continue to make progress with those working groups is fundamental. I think beyond the technical work that we can perform and beyond the work of working groups and of conclusions, I think it's also necessary that when it comes to the support by all countries and by all entities, well, we must crystallize all those conclusions and recommendations of the working groups to determine how we can implement that in practice. Issues such as data stewardship, how we can break the silence, and that it is related to this very important gender issue. The key aspect here is how to implement this in practice, how we can generate a more and better statistics for decision making, how we can bring to the fore the different issues and problems that exist. Yes, the unit of public information. Thank you very much. Also, a warm hand for them. Yes, because one speaks, and after that, this is replicated in Twitter. As mentioned, the key aspect is how to take this, to put this in practice, how we continue to cooperate among us, so that in this brotherhood that I mentioned at the beginning, we can undertake the changes, the innovations that are necessary in this era that has involved a pandemic and the future as well. Resources are scarcer, both human resources and financial resources are scarcer, and therefore it becomes essential to establish this collaboration between us so that we can optimize and make our work much more efficient. And I would like to highlight the work undertaken by Chile and by ECLAC in this network, which summarizes this collaboration that we must establish on a day-to-day basis. We must continue to work on the 2030 development agenda, and certainly look forward to meeting you all in Buenos Aires or anywhere in Argentina, so that we can welcome you to the 12th Statistical Conference of the Americas in late 2023. And we hope that in this year we will continue to work together to achieve all these changes that we must achieve. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the organizations that are always there to help us. And once again, thank you very much, XXI, for your collaboration. And without further ado, we close and conclude this meeting. Thank you.